A motion?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Now, the October one, I was not here. So, for the October minutes, are there any addition or correction to those?
Make a motion that we accept the October minutes as presented.
I'll second those.
We got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? They passes. Now. Okay. Everybody ready to go, Stacy?
Yes, Jerry's sending me confirmation he is voting. I guess he can't hear us.
Okay,
I've got Chris coming over.
okay. Okay, so now we're ready to go. What I'd like to do is change the agenda, I guess, just a little bit. And I'd like to start with new business and the number 2 on the new business. If we could start there, please.
You want to start with Paul again?
Yes.
Okay, and do we need any changes? Anything?
The presiding officers asked that the order be changed.
I'm ready, Larry. Yeah.
Good morning. This is the petition number 2022-Z-011. The location is the southeast corner of 1550 North and State Road 9. The owners are Rhonda Hall and Todd and Stacy Hinton. The petitioners are Rhonda Hall and Todd and Stacy Hinton. The request is a rezone from 3.67 acres to general commercial. Your task today is to to consider this petition and then forward it to the Board of Commissioners with a recommendation, either favorable or unfavorable, or any other recommendation you may have with any conditions you may want to assign. The property owners are requesting a rezoning of the property to allow for the construction of a general retail store on the southeast corner of 1550 North and State Road 9 in Summitville, Indiana. The proposed retail store would be similar.
Sorry.
I'm just going to hold till there.
We've got
Sorry.
Got cameras.
There, now talk.
Can you see us now?
Yes.
Very good.
I apologize.
Okay. So I didn't want to see if I was bouncing back. So this store would be similar to typical dollar stores found throughout the state, the country, often in rural areas. The petitioners have stated that the project will involve about a 10,600 square foot retail building that will be used for general retail with a 43 space parking lot and appropriate landscape screening. There will be a concrete pad provided for a dumpster as well as a truck loading area. Utilities will include a proposed well and septic tank as well as on-site stormwater management. The petitioner states that the development will serve approximately 115 customers per day and employ approximately 8 to 10 people. The information on the site is presented in your packet, and it's essentially the corner lot on the southeast corner of 1550 North and State Road 9, and they want to take off about 3.67 acres and rezone that 3.67 acres to GC. So the map's not up on the screen, but it should be in your packet where you can see it up on the northwest corner of the property. The parcel is located within the Mud Creek watershed regulated drain. The area is served by the Van Buren Township Fire Department. There's farmland and a handful of homes are to the north, south, east, and west. Summitville is a little bit to the east and to the north. The comprehensive plan for this area discourages non-agricultural uses in both the high and low growth forecasts and states that wetlands and woodlands should be protected from use for the entire township. county ordinances requires that all commercial businesses be connected to public water and sewer, as well as meeting all the requirements for general commercial zone property, as well as the corridor overlay district. The Madison County Thoroughfare Plans indicate State Road 9 as an arterial road and 1850 North as a collector road. The proposed development site is currently AG. The AG zoning continues for at least a half mile to the east and a mile to the north, south, and west. This site is not in any floodplain. The site development plan for the proposed retail use basically is consistent with the Madison County Code. We checked the information on setbacks, parking. The sewer and sanitary requirements need to be double checked. I was not aware of this statement about all commercial businesses be connected to public sewer and water, so that has to be checked. In addition, the requirements of the Madison County Corridor Overlay District will need to be applied to this project. Those standards apply to any development within 150 feet of the center line of a state road, and they basically provide direction and consistency for development in the future of these sites in terms of building materials, roast landscaping, sidewalks, and that kind of thing. Any deviation from the corridor overlay or other code-related development standards will require a variance. The staff recommendation is based on the information provided. Staff recommends forwarding this petition for the rezoning to the commissioners with a favorable recommendation. If the project is approved by the Board of Commissioners, it is suggested that the the rezoning consider restricting use to only those uses allowed in retail, the category retail uses, small and medium scale, which is where in staff opinion this retail use would be categorized. So if you're rezoning this to GC, the only thing they can do on this site is that type of small scale retail use consistent with the business proposed. And the ordinance would be worded that way. If the rezoning is approved, the conditions associated with the rezoning should be recorded before a building permit is issued. And with that, I will take any questions. I believe the petitioner's representatives are here.
Just for the Plan Commission's notice, and you probably noticed that Stacy Hinton is one of the co-petitioners on that. That's our Stacy Hinton, but just for, we still have obviously authority. She's a Madison County property owner, so she has to come to this board for review.
Yeah, Larry, I do believe that the Dollar General on 500 North and State Road 9 is on septic and well,
Okay.
isn't it? Okay,
Just something that's going to have to be checked out.
yes.
And he's correct on that.
Any questions up there?
Any questions? We'll get some here in a minute. Anybody else up here have any questions right now?
Hey, this is Jerry. I do have a question. Can you hear me?
Yes?
Will this be a Dollar General that will actually provide fresh foods, or I think they call that kind of a super Dollar General, or is it just a typical Dollar General store?
That would be a question for the petitioner. I do not have the answer to that.
You-
Do you want me to invite the petitioners
yeah,
up?
let's
Would you-
invite 'em up.
Would a representative like to come up? Sign your name. Good morning, Don.
Good morning. My name is Andrew Rossell with AR Engineering. We're here on behalf of the petitioners, Rhonda Hall and Todd and Stacy Hinton. We also have myself, who's representing them, as well as the prospective buyer, developer, and owner with us, in case you have any questions. But I think Larry did a tremendous job in going through the overview of it. I don't really have anything to add other than I was going to clarify the septic and well requirement, because many of the rural stores in the county are tied into well and septic when public water or sewer is not available. Addressing the question about what type of goods will be sold here in this specific store, it's not the large market store. It's kind of the middle of the road, and then really whether fresh foods and produce are sold at the store is dependent on the market. So until they get into the market and see the need for those goods, then that decision's made at that time. But some of the stores of this size have the fresh foods. But I think the question was relating more to the market store, which is a 12,000 square foot store. Yes.
I got a question then. So was there a market study done previously before they even thought about buying this land? Because if you don't know, what type of items you need to provide for your customers in there, how do you know, do you need a store there?
Yes, that's a great question. So the national retailer that picked this spot or close to this spot, they give the developer a location that they want to be at based on that market study. And until they get into the operation side of it and try that, that specific good, then they won't know until that time. But basically their market study is based on the rooftops in the area and the need in the area.
So is that area a food desert?
Pardon me?
Is that an area of food desert?
According to them, they would like to have a store there. So my presumption is that that they see the need.
I don't believe there's any Family Dollars or Dollar Generals in Summitville, is there?
I don't believe so.
There is. I don't believe there is. There's no stores like that.
Any other questions? Jerry, did you get your question answered?
I did, and I, being that there's limited opportunity in the Summitville area for fresh foods, other than that one market that's on Harrison Street, it would seem like that would make sense to include that for that market.
All right. Any other questions for anybody up here right now? We're ready for some public input. Do we want? Is there anybody? Huh?
I had a real quick question.
Okay.
Looked like your proposed entrance is off of 1550 and not 9.
Correct. Being that close to the intersection, DOT would require it to come off from the side road.
And that'd be an asphalt parking lot. And
Yes.
Is there any reason why we just can't say which company this is?
Yeah, that's a good question that was brought up. Obviously, there's a lot of speculation on who it is, and a lot of people know who it is, but...
Well, then let's just spell it out so we all know who it is.
So the reason that we can't specifically say is because if this weren't to go through, and the people that do want the store there, the national retailer faces backlash. So that's why they don't like us to name the tenant at these early stages.
So, question. So are you saying this is like a franchise, somebody would be buying into it? Or this would be a store from the Dollar General Corporation?
This is, so the company that's buying the property will own the property and the building and lease it back to the retailer.
Okay.
So are the current owners rezoning the property so they can sell it off then to a developer to build this?
Correct. The until the rezone, if it were to go through and all the permits obtained, then the closing would not happen until that point. That way, you don't rezone the property and then not have the project. So the sale is contingent on those items.
Is the seller here?
Yes.
Okay.
The seller's here.
Is there people from Summitville here, from the community?
Yes, they are.
All right.
You about ready to hear from them?
Yeah, I want to hear from them because
Okay.
I'm not a big fan of Dodger. I'm sorry.
All right, if anybody would like to speak on this, come up, and when you come up, just come up, you have to sign the papers, tell us your name, and we're ready to go.
Demonstrators for everything today.
Yeah. Gonna be a long day.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Tom Everett, and I live in the property, I own the property just east. It butts up to this property. I agree with Mr. Brown. I'm pretty sure this is a Dollar General, whether they want to claim it or not. My wife is here. I am totally opposed to this. This is agricultural ground. There is no need for a dollar store there. Less than 3 miles, or approximately 3 miles south in Alexandria, you have a Dollar General, a Dollar Tree, a Harvest Market, and a Get Go. 1550 is a heavily truck traveled road and congested along with State Road 9. I believe this will increase our accidents. It is going to bring trash to our agricultural ground, and it is not going to serve the town of Summitville. A lot of our people in Summitville don't even have transportation, so they would be bringing golf carts down 1550 to State Road 9, which is not safe. If Dollar General put a store inside of Summitville, which I know there's someone here to speak on this, they've been petitioned to do this for years and refuse it, they would be more beneficial. This building would be in the middle of nowhere. And as a member of the law enforcement community, we like to refer to those as stop and robs. There's nothing around it. It's a sole building in the middle of a field. Madison County Sheriff's Department is low numbered at night, and the Summitville Police Department is low numbered at night. So I would respectfully ask you deny this rezoning for any commercial building going there. This is our farm ground. This is not a town. This is the middle of nowhere. And I understand someone wanting to sell land and make money, but we can't do it in these circumstances. And it's not going to serve Summitville. It's not going to draw people from Fairmount. They have a Dollar General. It is not going to draw people from Alexandria. They have several Dollar Generals. It's just not going to be a beneficial store. That's my 2 cents. All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Just a reminder to the commission, and I know that what we're all talking about here is, but the Plan Commission's findings and what the Plan Commission comes up with today have to be based purely on the zoning itself. Should this parcel be rezoned from the AG to the GC? That's what we're about today. The commissioners will obviously get the final shot at this thing, but just a reminder, it's not really a BZA type thing or something like that. You are looking solely at planning and and what Larry's put in front of you, those 5 findings. It's up to you what you find, obviously, but those are the 5.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, cool.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Dee Amos. I'm Van Buren Township trustee. And was a little concerned that the township, as fire department, we weren't even notified of this meeting. And I just kind of got wind of it. So I was like, okay, well, we need to go. But I'm in a little bit of agreement with Tom, Mr. Everett. And, but we do need something in Summitville as far as like a Dollar General or something like that. But it needs to be more in town, not on the out, because he is correct. 1550 is a very heavy traffic road. R&R Engineering is just right around the corner from there, down the road and just right around the corner. That's our truck traffic that goes through there. My husband owns that business. So, you know, there's just some things to be said with that. But as far as like, you know, I have tried to get Dollar General to come into Summitville. I tried to get Family Tree to come into Summitville. At the time, Family Tree didn't, or excuse me, not Family Tree, but Family Dollar. Yes, it was Family Dollar. So the reason they didn't want to, because they had just opened the one location in Fairmount. And so they didn't want to compete with the one in Fairmount, which it wasn't 6 months later and the one in Fairmount closed. So that's kind of where we're at. But there is some locations in town, Summitville, and they would definitely have city water, city sewer system. It would be better for our tax base, for the community, for the town itself. So that's my spin on it. And but I just wish that, like, you know, on something like this, because with our fire department, we do have a very good fire department, but we didn't even know anything about this coming, or even possible coming in, until I went through the grapevine that you guys were having this meeting today. So for future reference, if we can make sure we let the townships know on something like this, so we could be present and that kind of thing.
Is this building something that's serviceable by your fire department?
It is. But I have to tell you, I mean, you know, that's within our township right there, and Highway 9's busy. And so if they come off of 9 or if they come off of 1550, it's just a very highly trafficked area. It's locked. So I'm going to leave that up to, you know, you guys, and what you think you want to do, but I just wish that it would be more in town for our people to suit the community more so than out there.
So you don't think it'd be difficult for the fire department to service it? You saying it wouldn't be a problem?
No, it wouldn't be difficult for us to service it.
Okay.
It's, you know, we're a good fire department.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
It's a volunteer fire department.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Sure.
Why was that location picked over something in town? What's the petitioner's reason for that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So like I mentioned before, the developer is given a specific point of where the tenant wants to be. And in this case, it was along State Road 9, I'm guessing due to the traffic, but we're not really privy to that information of why they select a certain corridor or location.
Good morning.
Morning.
I hadn't really expected to come up and speak. I live on the opposite corner. My name's Tanja White.
Make sure you sign in too, please.
And my husband and I moved here a couple of years ago. We used to live in Noblesville to get out of the fishbowl. And it's very, very concerning. We came to this county, bought 14 acres, completely gutted a house, and to get a letter in the mail and a little sign on the corner that nobody can hardly see. You had to stop to get out of the car. That there was going to be, contact this person. It's very, very concerning to me. We've had some riffraff since we've lived there. I'm sure that everybody heard about the fellow from Huntington, and that was a hot mess. But I just, and this is me. I don't see a reason for retail there. I agree with my neighbor. Nice to meet you. You've got things in Alexandria that are, if you have to have something, there's something 3 miles away. I agree with the lady that just spoke before me. Maybe something is needed in Summitville. That's my address. I don't shop in Summitville. But, and then to not be able to know exactly what this is, I think that's a disservice to the community. I think it's a complete disservice. Like I said, my husband and I moved here and spent a lot of money to be out in a beautiful area. Personally, I don't want to look out my kitchen window at a Dollar General. I don't. And my husband and I completely oppose this. Thank you.
I just want to readdress a couple of things. Yes, we have a wonderful fire department, but they are a volunteer fire department. They are not staffed there 24 hours a day. I'm sorry, sir, I don't know your name, but I'd like to just kind of lead into what he said. Yes, you do have just a zoning issue here, but this zoning issue affects the residents of Madison County. And to make it just based on some numbers on a piece of paper counts us out. And we're the numbers. We're the ones that are in the area, that live there, that will be directly impacted. I do not believe that the people selling this property live anywhere near Summitville, and I'm pretty sure the buyers don't either. But they wanted it on State Road 9. This is not an area of State Road 9 that's anything other than just out in the middle of nowhere. State Road 9 has a lot of places. Why they picked that, maybe it was because ground was there to sell. But the zoning is about the people. I don't want it next to my property. I don't want the trash blowing over, and they can say they'll put up fences and all of these things and barriers and protect the smell, but that won't happen. We know what happens when these stores go in. And so again, I would just ask that you deny the zoning change.
Anybody else would like to speak?
Okay, my name is Todd Hinton. I'm one of the landowners, but the only thing I would like to address is, I'm not going to say who my employer is, but we did a substantial amount of work up in the northern part of the county, and that was the route we had to take. And I seldom, and I'm just being truthful, I seldom saw a single vehicle turning onto or off of 1550 North onto State Road 9. So did I laugh at you when you spoke? That's disrespectful, and I can tell that's the kind of person you are. But yeah, thank you very much. I'm just being truthful. I'm being truthful. That I very rarely saw, so I don't understand the high traffic comments. That's the only thing I wanted to address. That maybe during a certain time at night, early morning, but during the day when I was traveling that area, like I said, and I'm being honest with you. So that's all I needed to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. Okay. Anybody else?
Good morning. Morning. My name is Chris Austin. I live at 297 East, 1550 North. I've lived there since 1978. This is a rural community, rural area. Yes, I was on the volunteer fire department, 33 years. I see the traffic going up and down the road every day. Semis, cars from town. We're a busy area, have a lot of traffic on that road. The highway is open from Marion to Alexandria. There's no other commerce that I can think of on that road. They want to put in a Dollar General store in this area. Why? There's nothing there. The people in Summitville could use a Dollar General. If we want to travel to Summitville, we can, a mile and a half away from me. The closest Dollar General is in northern Alexandria. That's the third one from 500 North. Now they want to put in a fourth in the middle of the country. I don't think it's a wise decision. I don't think it will benefit the people that much if all they do is sell what Dollar General normally sells. Yeah, well, you can get about everything Dollar General sells as general merchandise as far as foodstuffs at Circle K in Somerville. It's no benefit. It's going to be an eyesore as far as I'm concerned. It don't belong there. If it would be a major benefit, yeah, I might be able to live with it. But once again, as I say, it's going to end up being an eyesore. And that's what I think most of the people in my area is going to consider that. It's out of place. It's out of place. Thank you.
My name is Stacy Hinton. I am one of the property owners of this said parcel that is that you're all speaking about. I would just like everybody to know that we did not go finding this. They sought us out. We have thought about this. We have looked into this and have taken our consideration into this as to other people. So I want that stated on the record that we were not seeking to sell this ground. They sought us out. Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, I'd like to apologize to the gentleman for that. I wasn't the only one laughing, but 1550 is a heavily traveled road. And so is State Road 9 in that area. And I think that's why we laugh, because we live there and we see it. I don't know who his employer is, but I do know mine. And what I do for a living, we have a lot of traffic there, and we have traffic that are running highway speeds that we try to control. I'd also like to ask you if you are required to consider the health, safety, and general welfare of the surrounding community in your decision to change this rezoning, because I think those things are being affected. Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody else that'd like to speak on this? Is there anybody up here with any more questions?
I got one for Larry. What's the comprehensive plan say for this area, Larry, you know?
The comprehensive plan discourages non-agricultural uses in both the high and low growth forecasts.
What do you guys, you guys want to do anything on this? We think we ought to continue this, get some more information.
I have a comment I'd like to make. My position on this planning commission is appointed by the county extension office. And as a farmer's daughter, someone that's concerned about agricultural loss of lands, I feel the duty to follow our comprehensive plan, especially when we just redid it. And sitting in a commissioner's meeting, I heard those that worked on this express that they had an overwhelming, and that is a direct quote, overwhelming response to protect ag lands in Madison County. My studies recently have looked at the American Farmland Trust scenario, where they give a business as usual for Madison County, runaway sprawl for Madison County, or better built cities program. If we continue with a runaway sprawl in this county, we can lose up to 12,700 acres of ag land. They encourage what's called a better built cities program, and that is where our economic development growth looks at going back to the cities and making them better, rehabbing, fixing up. Let's take a look at our cities to make those better. Personally, my opinion is that this store could be of great use for Summitville, but not located in that area. And as a planning commission member, it's my opinion that deciding of this is the issue. And I think that we should look at better built city programs and what that is involved to help those cities. So that's where I stand on this as a county extension agent. I want to just follow the comprehensive plan, which is obeying zoning laws of looking at comprehensive plans. And it states that the comprehensive plan for forecasted and future land use discourages non-agricultural uses in both the high and low growth forecast, and states that wetlands, woodlands should be protected from the use of for the entire township.
Where do you guys want to go with this?
Larry, you still stand behind your staff recommendation?
Yes, yeah, the staff recommendation is favorable for this reuse. And I understand the issue of farm ground preservation strongly. We're talking 3 acres here. In my experience with some of these more rural type stores, for example, there's one that went in down near Markettville on, I believe 109 and 36. I may have the roads wrong, but it's right by the grain. It's one road. It's down on 36, right past the grain elevator that's there. I just happen to know that because I work in Hancock County and I go by it every day. I talk to people periodically, and I stop there occasionally, and it appeared to be residents that are local residents of that immediate area that are using it. These stores, to me, provide a relatively close access to something for a lot of people, for a number of people that live in that area that don't have access to a Walmart or anything, and they don't have necessarily the resources to drive 30 or 40 miles at $4 or $5 a gallon. So I think spreading out some of the smaller retail, like the model that has been developed by Dollar General. I'm aware that it's a Dollar General. That's what I was told. So I don't think there's any doubt it's a Dollar General. I think it's a good model. I think if you put it in Summitville on the strip, it starts to build, so it's a reverse urban sprawl. So it really depends on who these stores are for. I think they're aimed at the residents of the surrounding area as much as at the Somerville, and I think that's where Dollar General gets their market studies. That's why as a staff, that's what we recommended. These are benefits.
I know.
That's my input.
Thanks.
Just to remind the Plan Commission that you have 4 options, really. You have a favorable recommendation to the commissioners to adopt it, neutral or unfavorable. And then, as President Likens mentioned earlier, it's not uncommon on issues like this to continue the hearing to your next meeting to gather information. Ultimately, of course, the petitioner is entitled to one of those 3 recommendations. But it is from time to time fairly common at plan commissions to bump it out a meeting or 2. But that's just a reminder of your options today.
No, this is Jerry Alexander. I think I have a motion here. I think that from my position, I feel like it's when I heard that people would be driving golf carts down 1550, I would like to find out what the ordinances is in Summitville regarding golf carts. And how many golf carts are we talking about? I have property in Summitville on Main Street. And quite honestly, I've seen in town a few golf carts, but not, all of those people that I saw having golf carts, they also have vehicles. So I would make a motion that we table this at least for 1 month to explore that issue about what the ordinance is in Summitville, because most of the time, if you have an ordinance about a golf cart, they limit where people can actually drive them. And certainly State Road 9 is not a place you'd be driving a golf cart or even close to State Road 9. So that would be my motion to at least study that issue and maybe even look at what the readiness is of the volunteer fire department from the fire department's perspective and the police department in terms of, whether they feel like they could police that area effectively, or even if maybe the state police would also be involved in policing that area. So I make that motion to table at least for 1 month.
All right, we have a motion.
That would be a continuance until your December 13th meeting.
Okay.
Rather than a table.
Continuance. All right. You want to hold on that with this guy?
I just want to make a couple points. He spoke about the Markleville location. That's basically in Markleville. I mean, I know you guys all know where that is. That is not out in the middle of nowhere. That is literally right on the edge of their town. So that's not even a comparison to what we're talking about here. Another point, he says it'll benefit the people that live out in the area. Country people live out in the area for a reason. We expect to drive to town to get stuff. We don't expect town to come to us. So I would hope the planning commission would recognize that we are rural folks. We know how to find the Dollar General in Ellick or wherever we need to go. We go to town to get our stuff. Just a little point I wanted to make. I sure did.
Thank you.
What's the distance from this location to the edge of the town?
We got a motion on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
We got a motion.
We got a motion.
We do, I know. We do have a motion on the floor that
There is a motion on the floor.
is there anybody that'd like to second that motion?
I'll second that,
To continue
to
it? or
continue this.
Table, yeah. All right, so we have a motion and a second to continue this till our December
December 13th.
December 13th meeting.
Do you have anything, do you want us specifically to look into the golf cart ordinance and anything else associated with this?
I'd like to know if the developer has looked at any other properties in the city of Summitville. They were sought out, this owner, so did they seek anything else in the city of Summitville? Where could another place be for proper siting of this inside city limits to accommodate those on golf carts? It just looks like it's a distance from the city, but
How far is it from the city? That's what John asked. Does anybody know?
Probably about a mile, 1.2 miles.
Yeah.
Okay.
9 to 1 east is a mile, 1 east is where it's supposed to stay.
All right, thanks.
So is that, I didn't hear all that. Was that close to 2 miles then?
1.2 miles.
Okay, thank you.
So, prior to the next meeting, we'll look at the golf ordinance.
This passes first.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
You got a second? You already second.
Yeah, go ahead, second.
You already second.
That's why I said we have a motion and a second.
Oh, okay.
How about a roll call, Stacy?
Absolutely. Mark Gary,
Yes.
Denise Spooner,
yes.
Jerry Alexander,
Yes.
It's delayed.
Lindsey Brown.
Yes.
Hang on. Tom Shepherd,
Yes.
John Richline,
Yes.
John Zimmerman,
Yes.
Corey Belander,
Yes.
and Wes Lightyear.
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes.
Okay, I just want to confirm, what we're going to investigate between now and the next meeting is the golf court ordinance, the ability of the fire department and the police department to service that area, and then to determine whether the petitioner, or not the petitioner, the client looked at, or the proposed store looked at any other property in Summitville prior to landing on this site.
Yep. That'll work, thanks. Okay. Guess we're ready to move on to the old business, start.
Okay.
Ready to start again?
Yep. This is petition number 2022-Z006. The location is 800 South and 800 West. The proposal is from, the petitioner is Madison Land Development Company, and represented by Mark Madison and Adam Mears. The request is for a rezone of 121.738 acres from agriculture to R3, and about 19.22 acres from agriculture to multifamily residential. This was heard at a prior plan commission meeting and was continued until this meeting. I believe the meeting was held in July, and this has been continued for a couple times because of various posting and notification matters. Madison Land Development is requesting a rezoning of property to allow for development of a subdivision to be known as Inverness. The original hearing for the proposed development included a mixture of single-family homes to be built by Ryan Homes, both single-family and empty nesters, and apartments to be built by Redwood USA. The general specifications of the original proposal have been modified somewhat, and I've in the handout in front of you, you'll see the differences between the July proposal and the November proposal. And the basic difference is the rental community mix has been removed and replaced by townhomes. The general number of units and common areas and all that is generally the same, and I'll let the petitioner address that, and the numbers are presented in our table. Just general site information that you may not know of. The site is in the South Madison Community Schools District. I did have discussions with the school district because that was one of the issues that was brought up in some of the previous meetings. they have said that, they expect development of some kind to come here in the future. They can accommodate development. Could they accommodate 400 homes tomorrow? No. But could they accommodate 400 homes over 6 years, half of which are empty nesters? Given the fact that child rates are somewhat declining, they believe they could accommodate. In fact, they need growth to keep their quote-unquote business moving. So that's an important component. Currently, this area is being served by the Pendleton Fire Department, and there's all kinds of stuff going on with the fire department down there. And they said one of the things that they are looking at and has been discussed prior to this is a firehouse somewhere in that area because of the development in Ingalls and the whole area. The comprehensive plan indicates this in every forecast to be a growth area. I don't think anybody doubts that there's going to be growth there. The question is what kind and when. So those are the major things. I know that the Madison County thoroughfare, the traffic issue was something that was concerned. I think the petitioners will address that. The proposed development site is agricultural zoning. There's certainly a farmland preservation issue here because there's quite a large number of acres that's going to be taken out of agriculture to put into development, residential development. I think that because you all have been through the previous meeting, so I would just say the staff recommendation is recognized both anecdotally and formally that the South Madison area is poised for growth. In staff's opinion, the project is presented as presented in the revised format addresses some of the community concerns expressed through the hearing process, but still is bringing a significant level of growth to an area that some people question is ready for it in terms of infrastructure and support services. Another issue is that there is concern about the quality of construction. Since there are no architectural design standards in the current code, it is difficult to say what is appropriate for a particular community. Another thing is, in the comprehensive plan, it was recommended that development reviews or committees be established for different areas of the county. A South Madison group has formed to begin doing that process as an outgrowth of the comprehensive plan. Based on the above, staff recommends forwarding this petition to the commissioners with an unfavorable recommendation until the infrastructure questions are more clearly answered and a more detailed vision for South Madison, including architectural design standards for zoning districts, is defined. If the project is approved by the Board of Commissioners, we have a set of conditions similar to what was at the last meeting to add to the proposal. But generally, we think this is not the time for this at this time. So I'll take any questions.
Is the South Madison group here? Were they putting, you were putting a South Madison group together? Are you people here, or have you put it together yet? Or okay.
Well, actually, there's a group of government people that are looking at this as creating some kind of a South Madison overlay. It's an informal group at this point, but the process has begun. So there's no established group that I don't think would be here specifically.
I just thought it was a group of residents who was putting something together.
No, this was a group. This is a group, an informal group that kind of evolved.
Okay.
Can you tell us the names
of who's on the group? It's being. I don't know all the. Actually, I was invited to participate. It's led by Pam, somebody from the Pendleton Chamber. I'm not from the Community Foundation in Pendleton. There's Jessica Madison, the county engineer, is on it. I'm on it. There's representatives from the town of Pendleton that are on it. And again, this is not a formal group. It's just something that's started having informal discussions about how to move forward for the whole South Madison area. And it was the comprehensive plan recommended it, but it didn't give it a formal structure. So at this stage, we're trying to figure out what the structure is.
So at the present time, it'll go to the county commissioners, and then if they can not approve it, is that what you're saying?
Is what?
If at the present time, you're recommending it go to the county commissioners.
With an unfavorable recommendation for rezoning.
So, okay.
At this time.
Instead of going all the way to the county commissioners, could we just table it again till the South Madison group comes together, or do we need to send it to? the commissioners. So you guys can come up with a plan for as how you want the architecture to look and the design and.
I think that's a discussion you may want to have with the developers, because this South Madison group coming up with design standards is not going to happen in a month. I mean, it's
Right.
going to be 6 months to a year before anything would happen. So I'm not sure whether you'd want to table it or I defer to Jeff on that.
Obviously, it's something you want to ask the petitioners, but the petitioner is entitled to a ruling from this body. Now, there's been continuances requested and things like that.
Right.
Could you table it or continue it today? I'm sure you could, but you can't do that based on the third party forming something without their consent.
Right.
So ultimately, you have to give them an answer.
I had another question, I forgot. Brain fart. So. Oh, I know what it was. So if it does go to the commissioners, and let's say we give it an unfavorable, how soon could they bring it back to us? In case things did work out all of a sudden, right?
It's either 6 months or a year. I believe it's a year. I'd have to go back and look in the rules and procedures, which I have right down there. It's 6 months or a year that they can come back. Typically, the language quotes, you can't hear another, whether it's BZA or PC, you can't hear another petition for 6 months or a year,
Okay.
depending on what the exact time is.
No worries.
I imagine it's a year, but I just.
A year, okay.
Any other questions?
I don't have any right this minute, do you?
You want to hear from the petitioner?
Petitioner, does the petitioner want to speak?
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm Adam Mears. I'm an attorney, work with Madison Land Development. With me is also Mark Madison. Most of you probably remember we were here several months ago, so I won't spend a ton of time going over a lot of stuff that we already went over. Larry pointed out this is in a growth area, as part of the comp plan says, so clearly there's some anticipation of some growth. In the time since we've probably been working on this piece of ground for anywhere between 2.5 to 3 years. We started with Brad Newman many years ago, first having discussions with him, and likely our biggest challenge as we've come through with our plan, and clearly at the last meeting we felt like a significant pushback was the rental piece. So we've modified from a rental to a townhome ownership piece up in the northwest corner. The other reason we've continued is we also got an additional 8.5 acres up in the northeast corner under contract. So the increase in units is not an increase in units without an increase in land. It's also an increase in land as well of 8.5 acres. So the plan changed a tad bit, again, adding those additional 8.5 acres. In looking at our plan and looking at the staff report, again, the initial staff report from several months ago was favorable. Again, we really, we think, have only improved the plan, at least from getting rid of the rental piece and now putting in, again, the for sale townhome. Understand that there's a new planning director. We met with Larry on several occasions, and our question that we've asked several times of if this is not a desirable plan, then what is? It's a growth area. This is going to be a very similar development to other things that have been approved right in the same area. Clearly waiting for, I think, 6 months to a year seems fast to me when it comes to putting together an entirely new architectural standards. If it's 2 years, something of that nature, again, us waiting for 2 years for that to happen is unlikely. That doesn't mean we wouldn't come back when it's done if the property were still for sale. But it's also, the land seller now is waiting for something that may or may not come to fruition. If those steps are going to be taken, but it's not a formal group yet, who knows how long that'll take. So if it's simply waiting for more infrastructure for those things, that's the feedback we've been looking for and haven't received. We say it all the time in development. Development brings better infrastructure. The way roads get improved is generally by developers. It's not primarily not the county or cities that are doing those. It's when somebody comes in and develop it. That's when you get your walking paths and the right-of-way granted in order to have streets be widened. Unless a municipality is doing eminent domain and grabbing that, the way those things happen is with development. So development does improve roads. Development does improve having accessibility and additional walking trails. And again, we think this development in this location is, again, comparable to other things that have been developed in the area, and a product that's going to meet several different buyers that want to live in Madison County. The three products on the west side of our project, Stacy, could you go to the layout?
Yes.
A couple pages, I think 3 pages down the road. There you go. Well,
That one?
yeah. So of course in the upper northwest corner is the townhome area. There's 166 townhomes. The yellow on the west side of 800 is going to be a generally first-time home buyer product, which is why the pool's on that side. Again, more families there than on the east side will be what we call an empty nester or a lifestyle product. The HOA fully maintains all of the yards, takes care of mulch, takes care of fertilization program, again, mowing all the yards. There was a comment in the staff report that had said they want duplicate amenities on either side. The reason we don't do that is we have found that the empty nester buyer generally does not utilize that. That's why we've got a dog park on that side. Again, looking at this as kind of two separate neighborhoods, really. The empty nester product is a very different product. It's not age restricted, but it clearly is targeted towards that empty nester buyer. And again, on the west side, it's the simply single family product that'll have kids, and they tend to utilize the pool a little bit more. Stacy, could you go to the next slide, please? This is just the development standards as we've got here, a total of 126 acres, 38, nearly 40 acres of open common space. It's about 2.7 lots an acre in the R3. A total of 349 homes, again, split between either side, and then 166 townhomes. I believe that comes out to 515 total units. On the next slide, Stacy, could you go one more? Thanks. One of the things Larry pointed out regarding schools, I think it's important to understand these units don't come in one dump. It is planned. These are section layouts. Generally for us, we'll do anywhere between 60 to 70 lots in a section. And what you'll generally see is that it's about a year per section. So we would anticipate a build out of anywhere from 4 to 6 years before all of the units would be on the ground. So it's not, again, not a scenario where you're going to see 515 units in 2023. You may not see 70. If we were approved next week, you'll see likely one section next year. And again, based upon how fast a builder would absorb lots dictates how fast our next section comes on. But certainly it is not waking up 2023 with 400 new homes and new cars up and down the streets. Stacy, if you go to the next, just showing some product architecture, showing what the product is. I think it's important to note we do not, the product you see there is Ryan Homes product. We do not have a builder under contract for this yet. So while these images are from Ryan Homes, we very well could end up with another builder if for some reason, and it'll be a very similar architecture product. If you go to the next one, Stacy, this is the single family product. And then one more is the townhome. Those will be generally 3 buildings. or 3 units per building. Again, these are fee simple owned townhomes. They're not rented. They're going to be owner occupied product. As we get in the next slide, these are things you saw regarding what we anticipate from an entryway standpoint. Larry in the staff report mentioned that the northernmost entrance on the west side to go into the townhomes, they would like that to be, to go away. So there's only one or only 2 entrances off of 800. We're fine with that. We're fine with working with staff for the most part on all of staff's recommendations. The only one that significantly is a problem would be putting the amenities on both sides. Again, having a $500,000 pool on both sides financially doesn't work. But again, we've done this long enough to know that the pool makes sense on a first-time home buyer side, single-family home, and a dog park or other amenities work better on the empty nester side. If you could go to the next one. So there's the pool area showing where that is, and then on the empty nester side, the dog park. And we've got some representative pictures on the next slide of what what we would anticipate for those things. All in all, again, I'm going to let Mark talk a little bit about traffic. We're excited about this project. We're still here, taking all the lumps. Yeah, maybe not yet. We'll take some more, but again, we want to be a part of the community. We want to help start with developing and bettering the road system right there. And again, that's going to happen with a developer. Clearly, if it's the position of the county to just simply say, we're not going to do any development in this area until there's infrastructure, that's a battle we'll lose every time, because again, we can't wait for that to happen, because who knows when the county will get the money, when the state will get the money to do those improvements. And generally for us, for the seller, to wait an indefinite amount of period of time to develop ground that's in a growth area, we would ask that you forward this with a favorable recommendation, knowing that, again, this is not going to happen overnight, and we're going to spend a significant amount of money improving the roads that abut our development. And as more development comes up and down 800, it's going to better everybody else. It's going to always improve those roads anytime development comes. So I'm going to let Mark wrap up with a couple things, and then we'll clearly be here for any questions.
Good morning. Mark Madison, Grass and Land Development. Thanks for your time this morning. I guess I want to go over, there were 7 items on Larry's staff report that he said that, these are suggested conditions that he'd like to see with our development. So the first one was increase all road widths throughout the development to a minimum of 30 feet. We've got no problem with that. And as Adam mentioned, we're working with Jessica prior to Larry coming on board. So we've gone through quite a few of these things with her already. Provide a traffic impact study to determine the impacts of the property. Have on the existing roadways and intersections. So we got halfway down that road with Jessica's involvement. A&F Engineering provided a lot of data to her to review and some preliminary findings. They also had some direct conversations with her even without us being involved. So I believe, and I can't speak for Jessica, there she is. Maybe she'll come up and say a few words, but I think we understand a lot more about what's going on out there in the traffic world as it relates to this piece. And if we are requested to just finish up the study, then we'd be more than happy to do that if that's what she would like to see happen. Add paved walking, number 3 was adding paved walking trails on either side of the public roads. And we're no problem doing that. We fully intended to do that. And this is a new part to this, was having it be on our ground instead of in the right of way. Typically, in every other jurisdiction we work within, those walking trails are inside the right of way, so they can be public property and have public use. It doesn't mean that there wouldn't be public use inside our if it's inside our property boundary, but it just makes it a little bit more difficult, from who's doing what in, what perspective. Everybody's got a right to walk down the public right of way. And if someone's maybe posing a problem for the neighbors and they're walking on the neighbor's property, then maybe there's some more conflict that happens there. But something we haven't done before, certainly can discuss that. Number 4 was include a dedicated easement area along the frontage of 800 South, not knowing what size easement. Certainly probably would be an easement there from our perspective. Typically, we would normally see about a 20-foot easement in that type of a location. So certainly are amenable to having that discussion. Eliminate the proposed entry, as Adam mentioned, to the townhomes off of 800 West. I guess there's some conversation that we've had with Jessica and Steve Fairbach from A&F Engineering that possibly it might be okay to just move it one street south and still have a separate entrance. If Jessica and the traffic engineer don't feel like we can do that, then we're more than happy having it come inside through our development. We just thought it might propose a little bit of a stacking problem inside our development. So we can work through those with them and come up with the best solution. We don't have to have the entry from our perspective. We just thought it would work better for the area doing it that way. Number 6, Adam already alluded to with the amenities. That gets to be a little tough to have 2 pools, especially when one wouldn't get used. I guess we could eliminate the pool and have 2 dog parks or have 2 play sets or something like that, possibly to have the same type of amenity. But we're looking at a $500,000, $600,000 investment into a property that hopefully gets used by those folks that are most likely to use it. And so we felt like it needed to be on the west side of the road there. And then there's number 7 was create a stub for future connectivity to the east and west. And as you can see on that plan, we have done that already in this plan. So I think those are the things I really wanted to cover. The overall traffic thing, we understand that's going to be most everybody's concern, here in the room. We've talked about in the past, we could potentially contribute to a fund since there is no traffic impact fee currently. I know there's been discussion about that for this area, and I think it would be a great idea to have that. But there isn't one now, so we can't, it's hard for us to say, we're okay, whatever traffic fee does get imposed, we're okay with it, because you will have gone through the proper means and methods to create that. And as a builder, we don't object to those, builder and developer. So those are things that, that happen. That's what communities do to help improve these areas in those roadways. So we're here to hopefully be supportive of those things. If it's a $20,000 traffic impact fee, yeah, that's probably a little too salty, and probably nothing gets built here. But if it's a typical 1,500 or 1,000 or 2,000, as we normally see in some of the surrounding communities, then that's something that the builders and us as developers, we just have to figure out, does that financially make sense then to do this project here? But we need to know, we need some input. And I think in closing is that, as Adam said, we've been working on this for a long time. 3 different quote-unquote planners, or an attempt planner, if you will, with Jessica helping out in the fill-in times until Larry was hired. But we've been kind of rolling with the punches, trying to do everything that's been asked of us, trying to create the products that we think go well here. You have several developments in the area that have been very nice developments. I know that not too many people here like Summer Lakes, and I get that. It's a little different community, certainly a lot different than what's been done recently, and a lot different than what we're going to have. And those, the community at Springbrook that Lennar is doing down the street at State Road 13 looks great, nice landscaping, out mounds, all that type of stuff. I would expect us to have that same type of feel to it. Our Oakmont project down the road was pretty good too, I thought. And Arbor's down the street, over closer to the elementary school. But, you know, the Lennar project came through this planning commission. I don't believe the others did, if I remember correctly, except for Summer Lakes. But I think without having architectural standards currently in place, and to ask a builder or developer to wait for a year or two until those get in place is very difficult. And so we're willing to step out. In fact, originally we wanted to do this as a PUD. And as doing it as a PUD, we would have had standards put in. But it was said to us that it needed to be a straight zoning setup, so that's the route that we went. So we would like to be able to proceed. Again, it'll be in 2023. If there are any homes other than models, it might be a handful. 2024 might be 50 homes built by the end of that year, would be my guess, somewhere in that neighborhood. And this is going to be taking time for it to get into the system and be fully developed. You know, Adam said 4 to 6 years. I would probably say 6 to 7 years. 4 if we were in the COVID days. From a housing speed today, with our current environments, you know, it's probably a little bit less than that. So with that, I'll conclude. And if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer.
You guys have any questions?
You had mentioned earlier about a fire department. Has there been any more discussions about that? Anything?
Adam had most of the conversations there, so I'll let him.
Yeah, we talked to the fire chief on several occasions, mentioned, hey, we've got some space on this piece if needed, and it was told to us from him directly that this was not, this piece was not a desirable location as far as he was concerned. He talked about a couple other pieces a little bit to the east of there, on the north side of the road. We offered our assistance in helping to obtain ground, helping to, you know, offer our expertise in finding land if need be. Haven't taken us up on that offer, but he was very clear that this particular piece was not desirable from his standpoint.
John, did you have a question?
Yes, what's the siding on these houses? Is it all vinyl siding with a little bit of, you know, brick or stone on the front side? That's typically what you see in these developments. I guess I just have a concern about all that vinyl siding in this area.
As of right now, yes, we do have vinyl siding. It's typically certainly an upgrade from what maybe Summer Lakes has, but it's similar to what is going on in these surrounding communities of Springbrook and Oakmont and Maple Ridge.
Yeah, I just have a big concern too with traffic there. I go by there all the time, and man, that traffic is just unbelievable. And I just hate to see these many more homes put in there without NDOT doing something on their part to create a gap, whether it's a roundabout or stoplights or something, kind of alleviate some of that problem with people trying to get on to 13. It's just a big traffic problem there, and it has been for a while, and it seems like that needs to be addressed before anything else is added to that area.
I guess I'd probably have to agree with John on that one. Any other questions? Is there anybody out there who'd like to speak on this?
Wow.
I better make it short, hadn't I? Thanks for letting us speak. I'm Greg Valentine. I live at 5297 South, 800 West. I'd like to speak to you as Green Township trustee. I also am the vice chair of the newly formed South Madison Fire Territory, three-member board. And I asked at that first meeting in July if they'd consider a fire station in that area. ISO ratings will stay low for the people, insurance ratings if it's within 5 miles of the Pendleton station. This location is about 4.3 miles. I did give them my phone number. I was sort of promised in this meeting they would get a hold of me. The fire chief called. You got to remember, the fire chief works for the fire board. He went on his own to talk about that. What he wants is a fire station built on the north side of 800, so when the sun comes up in the morning, it'll melt all the ice off. But we're going to have doors on both sides, so I don't understand why it really matters a lot. But anyway, you know, my thought is if you need 2 dog parks, you surely need a fire station. I think that would help houses sell better if there's a fire station right in the neighborhood. And again, then to keep that ISO ratings down on there. In the next few years, I'm sure we're going to get more growth. I don't think any of us that would like to serve on this South Madison sounding board or recommendation committee none of us are saying it needs to stay ag. I mean, I live on a family 1853 homestead right up the road, but I know this is an area it's going to go. Right now, we have 1,340 homes in the works in Green Township. 1,340. Almost all those people, right now, the first 1,000 of those have to come out to 13 in the morning somehow. They either go south to Fort Bill, they either go north to jump on the interstate. At County Road 700, the first road north of the interstate is they call it the I-69 bypass. When 69 shut down for a wreck, there's 1,000 cars going down 700. So that whole area is really a working area for new homes and so forth. Paul Wilson had sent a email to Commissioner Richwine that he read during, I think, that first meeting, that he was very much involved. We formed Summer Lake. I'm sitting right here with the fire chief, and we're talking about 10-foot apart houses, and that passed. But Paul was very instrumental. He noticed in creating escrow account for a new fire station, and that all would have came to Green Township if Ingalls hadn't annexed it. So majority of that went to Ingalls. Anyway, bottom line is we still need a fire station. That is still an area we want, and wouldn't be interested in that 8 acres you just bought, because that is a mud hole. There's water stands there all the time in that wooded area. You guys don't live around there, so you don't know that, but that area is wet. You'll have to do a lot of ditching in that area if this goes. By the way, Lennar was part of Stu Rayford's farm ground. I don't know if you ever knew him. Your dad would have, Wes. You probably didn't know him, but he was a hard-working farmer. So that 160 acres is going to development. Now this goes to development. His family obviously didn't really care about keeping the farmland. With the prices they're going for per acre, you can understand why. So I just like to say, think about a fire station out there. Think about, as that's part of the deal, we need fire station area. And our committee actually authorized me to still keep talking about to different builders out there about fire station. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Greg.
Sorry, I'm an engineer. I can't write and talk at the same time. My name is Tom Matthews. Good morning. And I'm really here to ask you guys to put a pause on all this development in our area. Mark Madison, when he was up speaking, he's talked about things went well in this development and that development and this development and that development and another development. I mean, we've got like 5 different developments in here in the area right now. Greg said there's 1,300 houses in progress. And so what you're really looking at today is not a petition for 500 houses. You're looking at one more petition in a parade of petitions that's just overrunning our section of the county. At the current pace of development, if you start doing some math, I'm the engineer, we're really looking at like 5,000 houses within about 10 years. And we've heard promises before with Maple Trails down the road where they said, well, there'll really only be about 10 to 20 houses a year. But if you go drive by Maple Trails right now, they've already exhausted their 20-year requirement or their 20-year quota at that pace. The pace is just crazy in our section of the county. And so what we're really looking at here is if we keep on this pace is about 6 more Maple or Summer Lake developments, and we just can't absorb 6 more Summer Lake developments if we keep on going like we are. I mean, 18 years later, we're still trying to get adjusted to the first one, and like Paul Wilson said in his letter, you know, he's still waiting on that fire station. And just in the last, this last summer, we saw our first attempt to improve some of the roads with 800 South there. That's Greg said that's 700 South, but it's really 800 South, which is the I-69 bypass through that area. And this development's sitting right in the middle. It's about a 2.5 mile section. This is going to be right in the middle of it. And if we could get the whole 800 South corridor fixed up, well, we might be a little more open to some developers in the area. But 18 years ago, we didn't have a plan for how we were going to think through development in the area, and that's really what I'm pressing here for today. Let's think about a plan before we keep on adding to the problem. So 18 years ago, we didn't have a plan for widening 800 South, and so we didn't have a plan that said that the water easements and the utility easements need to be set back a little farther. And then because we didn't have the plan, the water mains were run right alongside the edge of the road. And then when we finally get to the improving 800 South a few years later, this is what we're left with. You guys should already have this in a packet that I emailed. But what you're left with here, if you look at these, fire hydrants, 9 inches off the road, 9.5 inches off the road, and you can't widen the road because you got utility poles on the other side of the road. Now, we appreciate the county taking the time to upgrade this road, but we planned our way into a pickle here. We can't upgrade the road without doing some major thought on how we're going to develop this section of the county. So the county comprehensive plan really asked for us to do some planning on this whole section of the county, and we need that plan. It's overdue. And from my perspective, we need to have that plan address a lot of things, and one of them being land usage. You know, when Ingalls annexed their stuff, they actually did a pretty good job saying, we want a section of commercial property near I-69 and State Road 13 where it's probably appropriate. But then when we get out into the county area, the township area, now we're talking about putting 500 homes in unincorporated area here, and that doesn't make any sense at all. I mean, townhomes belong in towns. We're not a town. And I'm not going to pretend that I'm a tree hugger here, but if you look at the picture at the bottom of this, look at how much look at how much wooded space there is in that section of the county. And then the blue lines that I've drawn there are this development. All the green sections in there, this development is going to bulldoze the wooded areas. So, like I said, I'm not a tree hugger, but if there's something in the county plan, which there is, that says we should be protecting wild and wooded spaces, we're getting ready to bulldoze all the wild and wooded spaces left in our section of the county. We really like the plan to address the rate of growth. Again, Mr. Madison says it'll take 7 years to build this out. That's a nice thought, but if we look at developments that are going in the area, they're building out a lot faster than 7 years. That's just fiction. And we need to coordinate that growth with the area improvements. Like Greg said, the fire district needs to be involved in this conversation. And I think the planning director here brought up the conversation with Madison County. But I'd like to elaborate on that conversation with Madison County. They said, yeah, they could absorb 500 more houses. Well, which 500 houses are they talking about? They're talking about the 500 houses that are going into Maple Trails, the 500 houses you're voting on today, or the 500 houses that have yet to be built over on the west side of the county. and the other developments they're talking about. Bottom line is, all this development turns into a math problem, okay? And I'm the engineer, so I'm good at this math problem. But this math problem says the schools and the roads and the fire stations are all gonna be into some big construction projects. And I'd really like the plan to include those services so we can do the math in advance and get to the next part, which is impact fees. We need those impact fees to be thought out now, before we add the houses, so that the future development isn't being paid for by the existing residents. The people who are living there now shouldn't be paying the bill for infrastructure improvements for development they're not asking for to begin with. And finally, I understand that this is not just a county problem, or we're here complaining to the county, but this is really everybody in the area problem. LaPel is part of this. Ingalls, every time they expand, they're part of the problem. Pendleton, and especially Green Township. All these voices need to be part of this conversation. We need to coordinate it. We need to get a plan that includes everybody, because a lot of those Ingalls residents are coming right up 800 South. On a selfish note, my house is right in the middle of this thing. And if we're gonna build houses around, and I figure eventually they probably are, I'd really appreciate it if the houses that they build around increase my property value instead of bringing it down. And right now it looks to me like townhomes, and if I speak graciously to Mr. Madison there, the single family homes that he's proposing here are not going to help my property value at all. And in fact, I don't think they even make sense for the county's business. The county, understandably, should be interested in increasing assessed value. And that's a good thought. But what good does it really do you to add $1 million of revenue from this assessed value if you're adding $2 million worth of burden to the county? So we're not really interested in just improving the assessed value. We're interested in improving the ratio of assessed value to burden. And I don't think we're getting the better side of this ratio when we go with MR and R3 zoning. And Mr. Madison was asking for us to give him more input on what a good goal line looks for him and how we need more time to establish it. And the truth is, did I just flip that off? Here, you can have mine. Pardon me?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I got a lot of property here too, so I'm gonna get my thoughts made there. Okay. Mr. Madison talked about needing more time to get better input from the county on what the goal line looks for this. But the truth is, I don't think he needs that time. The truth is, the other half of the business built some pretty darn nice houses. And I was actually, the day I heard that Madison was going to be doing the development, I was actually pretty happy because it was going to increase my property value. And you should have been happy because it would have had a nice impact on the community. Less number of houses would bring up more tax values, so it would have been a good situation for you and for me. Mr. Madison doesn't need to wait for building standards unless he's trying to go to the bottom, the cheapest sale that he can. If he were to bring his better product, this room wouldn't be filled with people objecting right now. On a technical note, I don't mean to tell this board how to do their business, and I don't know how you do your business, but it seems to me that I'm pretty uncomfortable. I would be uncomfortable in your shoes voting on two different zoning classifications with only one survey. You're being asked for MR and R3 zoning, by the way, neither of which are consistent with the county comprehensive plan, but you're asking to apply two different zoning classifications, but you're only given one survey on where these are going to apply. So do you know, even from the data in front of you, what you're voting on? Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But if I were in your shoes, I'd be uncomfortable. I'd be asking for more information just on that alone. And finally, I just want to say thank you. Sure, your jobs are uncomfortable from time to time, and I want to thank you for your service. And thank you especially for listening. Even if we don't agree today, thank you for your time. And I will finish by saying, I hope we can agree that it's time for us to manage developers instead of letting the developers manage the county. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Brian Jacobs. Thanks for your time. Thanks, Tom. That was great. You're going to hear a lot of technical things and numbers, like Tom's words a moment ago. Those are not going to be my comments. My comments are not about technical things or about numbers. They're about the people in the community. And I speak as someone who has been active as a developer, both on the residential and commercial sides. Several places in Indiana and once in Illinois, although I'm never doing that again. But we all expect Madison County to develop, right? We all do. But we would like to see it happen in accordance with the comprehensive plan. And we would like it to be smart, and we would like it to be for the good of the residents who already live here. And then we'd like it to be with partners we can trust, right? So I'd like to talk about that for a minute. At the September meeting, this body instructed Madison to hold community meetings and to notify this body and invite it to those meetings in order to get a sense of what the community thought about this proposal. Now, I live on 800 West, about a half a mile from the end of this, maybe not even half a mile from the end of this development. I didn't get an invite. I asked the night of the meeting how many letters they sent out. They steadfastly refused to give me an answer, although there was a numerical answer they could have given me. They elected not to do that. They gave me a legalistic answer about what they were required to do. But instead of actually sending out letters to anybody in the area that would be interested, what they did was they applied the narrowest legal definition of what they had to do, and they did the bare minimum. I don't believe that's acting in good faith. I really don't. And I can't imagine, being on the development side myself, ever treating a request of a body like this in such a cavalier manner, but they elected to do it for whatever reason. So ultimately, I don't believe that Madison has shown the proper respect to this body or to the community. And if this is their behavior when they're asking for permission in terms of zoning change, what would the behavior be like after they get it? And I would say, in conclusion, that this county will have many potential partners in development, particularly on the south side of the county in the near term. Shouldn't we pick one we can trust? And so, it's better to make the right move eventually than to make the wrong move right now. And so I endorse the wisdom of kicking this down the road a year or two, whatever it takes, to put some structure and some thought behind it. I think that is the wise course, and I hope that's what this board elects to do. Thank you.
Hi, Leah Groby, and I did write a letter, but I have a few things that I've thought of since. I do want to say that in terms of apartments, condos, townhouses, whatever you want to call them, without HOA restrictions on the investors that can buy those properties, they're all rentals. So I really implore you to consider in any kind of development an HOA restriction, which in fact Summer Lake does have. They forgot they had it. I'm a realtor. I sold a house to an investor in Summer Lake. I know that since that time, they have dialed back into their restrictions from my understanding and are trying to get back to that percentage that are supposed to be rental properties. But it's just all going to be a rental property if there aren't restrictions placed on that. I also did want to speak on the school system. While we are not necessarily at capacity right now, we are in the high 80s to 90% in most classes. Teachers have classes of 35 plus students, which is a lot to ask of a teacher. And I have been to the school board meetings all year. The last board meeting, I did stand up and speak because my son came back from fall break at the high school. He's a senior at the high school and didn't have a calculus teacher. He went almost 2 weeks without a calculus teacher. Substitute teachers would come in. They couldn't help him. There was no instruction. In fact, there weren't even enough substitute teachers to cover their classrooms, and those kids were left in the classroom on their own without any instruction for 2 weeks. And now he's got a teacher who is teaching him digitally to try to get him caught up and doing twice the amount of work to get caught up and is overwhelmed. So while we may not be at capacity, with the amount of growth, with 1,300 houses plus already coming before this development is even in the works, we have a school system that the board is looking at bringing in people to analyze where they need to make adjustments. They're looking at hiring an engineer to expand the building, but we haven't even gotten those people in place yet to do that. And we don't have the teachers, we don't have the bus drivers, we don't have the substitutes. Primary elementary education downtown, they're pulling their AIs, and I just know this because of friends, and I'm sure it's true amongst all of the buildings, but I'm going to speak to primary elementary. They're pulling the AIs because they don't have the substitute teachers. They're pulling in the secretaries to sit with the students who don't have a teaching degree, but they're babysitting the students because there are not teachers there to do it. Our house values are going to go down if our school system takes a dive. Our school system is great right now, but the way we're moving, nothing's gonna benefit from packing in more students, larger classrooms. It's not going to be good for us. We've seen it with Anderson. I mean, kids are being bussed in from Anderson. We have over 500 students from Anderson coming to our school system as it is right now. So yes, the school board is not going to come here and tell you that they can't house the students. They can, but can they actually do good by the teachers and the students would be my biggest question there. Also, the growth area, when we look at the comprehensive plan, and I appreciate Denise mentioning that runaway sprawl, better built cities is where apartments, condos, townhouses belong. They don't belong out in the middle of the country. I mean, let's look at a well thought out plan. Let's develop that committee that helps us bring in Ingalls and bring in everybody else to pull this together. By the way, on 800 West right now, since the prior meeting, there is a house currently up for sale for $1.1 million. It's less than a half mile away from what's being proposed to be developed. 1.1 million. They're telling us that, oh, those kind of houses can't be built there. Well, they are already there. They already exist. And if you put these houses in this area, our houses are going to depreciate like crazy. I have a lot more, but there's a lot of people behind me, but those are my thoughts. Thank you.
My name is Mark Thompson. I know a lot of you on the board, but I don't know exactly where everybody lives. My address really isn't to these gentlemen, it's more to you. And what I really want on this committee that you've thought about or someone has asked for, we need people, at least one person from the school board on there. We need residents on there. Don't give us people just from county government or just from the town of Pendleton, because the town of Pendleton has not annexed that. That's not in their town. So we need people that live in the area, that really have an interest in the area. You might pick some of the people that have already spoken or will speak, but we need representation. That's what I'm asking for. We need representation. Now, I'm not for this project, don't get me wrong. I'm against it. But if we're going to go forward at all, I would like to see more representation by homeowners in the area. Okay? Thank you.
My name is John Marriott. I'm not an engineer. I'm a tree hugger. Teddy Roosevelt said in 1908, the conservation means development as much as it does protection. I recognize the right and the duty of this generation to develop and use the natural resources of our land, but I do not recognize the right to waste them, to rob them by wasteful use with the generations that come after us. We know the development is coming to this area now. Are we ready to accept the fact and to thrive as a community and a neighborhood? The current local residents of County Road 800 South and 800 West are addressed by the U.S. Postal Service as Pendleton residents, but fall under the Pendleton's zoning, but do not fall under Pendleton's zoning regulations, Ingalls zoning regulations, LaPel zoning regulations, or Fortville zoning regulations, but only under Madison County regulations. We ask for you to think carefully about what this development does to the overall appearance of these communities as a whole. A consistent look for the area is important to all residents. For several years, power plays for annexation of lands have happened that overlook and did not represent the residents of the area as a whole. We are not here to discuss this matter, but to ask that since this community is none of these areas, but is in all of these areas, we think carefully about what development offers and does not offer. I'm going to try to keep this pretty brief. Meeting current standards for natural feature preservations. In Pendleton, Indiana, Objective 3.8 is to promote the preservation of natural features in new development or redevelopment. Their 3 action steps are to identify the natural features that are key to preservation, including both site-specific features and community-wide features. Develop and adopt standards to help promote the preservation of identified natural features and to create incentive packages to encourage preservation for the identified natural features. If you're looking at the development in question up there, you can see the brown areas are all woods. The highlighted areas, they're not old growth timber. They're mature woods with qualities that provide clean air and water as a whole. Total removal and redevelopment of the highlighted areas as outlined in the concept plan submitted do not meet Objectives 3.8, Step Action 1. Identify natural resources that are key to the preservation, including both site-specific features and community-wide features. Number 2, Pendleton's tree management plan advises the following on page 12 under discussions and recommendations. Trees provide economic, environmental, and social benefits. Well-placed trees on a single-family residence parcels generate greater tax revenue, slower vehicular traffic, increase community pride, clean the air of pollutants, improve public health, save energy, and reduce ambient air temperature. Pendleton should be define tree planting objectives based on the potential benefits that may come from planting trees. We see the green spaces listed in their development, see an effort to make these green spaces, but no mention of trees. Mulch, mowing yards, yeah, there's nothing there but houses. Concerns that need to be addressed to comply with the Geist Reservoir Upper Fall Creek Water Watershed Management Plan. The development lies in approximate area of a FEMA Zone A floodplain. All rainwater, stormwater, and wastewater flows into Geist, which provides drinking water for Indianapolis. What best management practices will be in place for maintaining proper drinking water for individuals in this area and in Indianapolis? Also, wetland classifications of lactocene and polystrene lie in the areas which the woods are currently located. What's going to be done about retaining these wetland classifications proceeding forward? Has a test of the woods been done for hydraulic soils and vegetation and wetland hydrology? The Safe Water Act of Indiana's Wellhead Protection Rule 327 IAC 8.4-1 mandates a wellhead program for all community public water systems. Please provide a delineation and implementation of both Phase 1 and Phase 2 as required to be submitted to the report for IDM as how the development has protected our groundwater resources. The development lies in an area of Madison County that's been deemed as highly erodible land according to USDA-SSC, Indiana Technical Guide, Section 2-C. What best management practices will be in place during the construction to ensure the soil is not deposited into the watershed to diminish the health of the fish and the wildlife? Stream impairment. What best practices will be in place to ensure minimum stream impairment during the post-construction as proper ditch and stream flow is necessary for drainage? If you look just south of the proposed border on their southeast side of the development, you will see a small area of woods. That is a ditch. They plan to put a lake right above that. I wouldn't call it a lake, it's a pond, mosquito pit. How does the drainage, the water that's coming off that field currently, that flows into the ponds and into the ditches and into the streams that flows into Geist Reservoir, how is it going to be impacted? I would say tremendously. That's where the whole east side of that development drains. We also have a certified wildlife habitat just south of that ditch. I gave information from both the National Wildlife Federation and the Indiana Wildlife Federation. The property southeast of the proposed development contains a national and certified wildlife sanctuary. Both the national and state federations will be very interested in the development's dealings with the runoff water on the east side, as it basically drains into the ditch that feeds the pond and south through the rest of the neighborhood into Fall Creek. A giant retaining pond on the south end of the development will basically remove the water flow, drying up the established pond and drying up all the ditches that the water flows through. I do not think this is a valid solution to the water issue and negatively affects the neighborhood's value and the wildlife that depend on the water flow downstream. There is another concern that I have personally, is at 875, there is a water treatment facility at 800 and 875 that is no longer functioning. And it is no longer functioning because it makes the area smell like everybody else's poop. I wonder what they're going to do about that. Is there anything taken in? That development will obviously be going into that containment system. Kind of ruins my quality of life. Thank you.
We'll need it then.
Spoken like an engineer.
Hi, my name's Brenda Owens, and I don't live very far from this place. This is the first time I've been to a board meeting, and I'm a little bit shocked because we're talking about how this person talked to a school board member, and this person talked to somebody on a council in Pendleton, and somebody talked to somebody else. Well, I wonder, why didn't we talk to we the people that live there? Quite frankly, this is a rural community, guys. We already have enough building projects going around us. I've been there for 2.5 years, and the traffic has increased. The traffic down our rural road has increased immensely. We can't walk our dog anymore on a rural road. Deer, we don't see deer as much anymore. You know, I understand people have to live somewhere, but why is it that we are pushing these little, they're ugly, in my opinion, houses, you know, and just jamming people in there, and you're shoving it down our throats? Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? We moved there because it was a rural community. That's what we want. Why are we doing that to people? Why don't you ask the people that live there? Why don't you do that? Is it because of money? You know, I'm sorry.
Well, they're here.
I'm
I'd
not
like to
accusing. I'm not accusing
I'd just like to
anybody.
make a statement real quick, because we're not shoving this down anybody's throats. They're here asking to do this project, and we're here listening to everybody's
we the
comments.
people are saying no. What I'm hearing is we the people are saying no.
And they've been saying no.
Okay, so this is a.
But we're not.
Okay.
I've not seen anybody on this board push this project.
Well, we've got houses. We're right. We've got a Fortville address. We're on the outskirts of Ingalls. We're in Madison County, right across 13th. I mean, they're building like crazy. That's close enough. That's enough, and it's already impacted the town of Fortville. It's so crowded around there. We don't need any more. And you're driving out the farmers. You know, I would like to have some animals. I would like to grow a few things of ourselves, and you're driving that away. And you know, with all due respect and everything, all the developer and these guys were talking about was how nice this development is going to be. Really didn't address us, we the people. It was like a sales pitch for, you know, a house. That's all it is. So, okay, we wanted to live in a rural, quiet area. You're taking that away. Why? You know, I'm not very happy with this. You're actually destroying the landscape. You know that, or they are. And I'm not against developing, but you got to do it in the right way. My husband's in construction. He tries to improve things, not just destroy them. So I respectfully, but you guys work for we the people, but I respectfully demand that you stop this. You stop this. There's more I could say, but you got my point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. My name is Kim Barnhart, and I've lived on 800 South for 39 years. We live in a one-room schoolhouse that was built in 1898. It's schoolhouse number 12. It's a historic building. It's not in the town of Pendleton, so it's not on the historic register. We've lived there 39 years, and we have been out working on our porch, and we're not very far from the road, 800 South, because as the years go by, the path that schoolhouse was built on has now become a road, and we're very close to the road, and you would not believe the traffic. But that's not why I'm here. But I wanted to mention that adding these homes will increase that traffic immensely due to the fact that everyone loves their children and they want them to be involved in sports. Ron Barnhart was park superintendent of Falls Park, historic Falls Park, for 20 years. I'm his wife. And Falls Park is a gym for this county, and it's struggling to keep up with what we have now. The soccer fields, the baseball fields, the football fields are so full. Everyone wants their children to be involved. Any child in this area that they're talking about building, those children are going to come to Pendleton for those activities. And it's already much overcrowded. Also, at 5 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the evening, when you go into town with all of these parents getting their kids to the library, the school, soccer practice, baseball practice, basketball practice, the line going to Pendleton is sometimes backed up almost to 38. And we love our town, we love our community, and we just want better for our community. These gentlemen are back here checking their emails. We were very respectful when they spoke. They're checking their emails. They didn't take any notes at their meeting that they had. So it's all about money, and I hope that we're all above that. So thank you for listening.
Brian Wignall. Put on my reading glasses here. I have a couple of concerns that I'd like to elaborate on. One of them was kind of tagging on to something that Leah Groby had said. I'm also in the real estate industry. My biggest issue with the development, I'm all for development. I live off development. But my biggest problem is when we're looking at putting a whole community of starter homes, budget homes in. The problem that we get into is you can't really go, up from there. This is a prime piece of real estate, and the problem that you run into with these starter homes is that these tend to change hands a lot more rapidly. When they do sell, when they do hit the market, which sometimes is within a couple of years of someone buying them for various reasons, they tend to get targeted by out-of-state rental companies. I represent a lot of buyers, and I've been in so many transactions where we put an offer in and we get beat out by this large investment group making cash offers to buy and collect these houses as rental properties. And the problem that you run into is eventually you have a rental neighborhood managed by people that are out of state. They don't take care of the properties. You have a lot of deferred maintenance, and they also become very transitional. The whole idea of, small town with people knowing their neighbors. Well, when people are staying in these properties on average of 1 to 2 years, you kind of demolish that, right? So I'm concerned about that. As far as the retirement product they're talking about, there's nothing saying that that's who's going to go into that unit. Just because you put a dog park in doesn't mean you're going to collect all the people my age or older, right? You could have a bunch of people with kids, and if you look at the number of houses they're talking about developing, we could be flooding the school with additional students that we're not prepared for. From what I have seen, generally people that are looking for retirement homes are looking for smaller homes, but they're also looking for stuff that's maintenance free, not vinyl sided houses, but stuff with hardly plank or brick, something they're not going to have to maintain as much. Vinyl, in my experience, that doesn't seem to be something that attracts a lot of your people that are retiring, looking for a forever home. The other thing that is very concerning to me is something I've personally experienced in Hamilton County area, has to do with rainwater. When we were at the meeting with Madison, we were told that they were designing and looking at building this community to support 90% of a 10-year rain. That's the minimum requirement. The problem is that we've had multiple 100-year rains over the last 4 years. I know that for a fact. My current home, we dealt with probably 300 gallons of water in our basement, right? I always wanted a pool, just not in my basement, and it was caused by that. So passing zoning on this project and then anticipating that the drainage board is going to take care of this, I think is not in the best interest of the community. We can't, I think Tom had said this earlier, we can't let the developers set the rules. We really need to have something in place for this exponential growth that we're seeing in this area. We need to have plans in place on what are the requirements. In Pendleton, they have minimum standards on building requirements. We don't, since we're unincorporated, and I think that's problematic. It's great for developers because they can kind of come in and offer whatever, but we really need to have some standards, because the decisions that you guys are making today with approving zoning is stuff that's going to impact this area for years and years and years to come. Thank you.
What was your name again?
Brian Wignall.
And what real estate company are you with?
FC Tucker. I'm a senior broker with the FC Tucker Company.
Okay. Are you local here in Madison County?
No, ma'am. I work out of Carmel, but we do own a property in Madison County. We're relocating. Our house is now being completed, and so this is very concerning to me, because we're investing a lot of money in the community because we love this community, and the property value is also something that's in the back of my head.
Yeah. And give me your name one more time. I didn't catch it.
It's Brian Wignall.
Brian. Oh,
yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I'm Heather Brock-Wignall, preceded by my husband here. And I've been before you before, so I'm going to keep my comments really brief. Just wanted to kind of refresh a couple things that I've brought before you guys before. Two things really I wanted to emphasize. One is, gosh, like Denise had said, we really do like the rural area. We like preserving the green space and the farmland and that sort of thing. But in the process of this, in the last several months, there's several of us that have kind of done a lot of work to get up to speed with what the issues are, what the concerns are, what the opportunities are, and read just volumes and volumes of white papers and things like that on transforming areas, green development, that sort of thing. So we do care, but in spirit of collaboration, we have tried to understand what the win-wins are for this area. And so one of my, I refreshed one of my comments that I brought to you guys before, that we do have people in the area that are concerned. We do have people in the area who are trying to come up to speed. I myself have spoken with the people that worked with you guys on the comprehensive plan at Madison County Council of Governments, and tried to understand what opportunities are, what the concerns are, so that we can hopefully get to a point where the opportunity that's in this area, both residential and potential business growth, it's working together with the residents in the area so that we can really find something that people are proud of. We can have something that's led with vision for that specific area where people are kind of on board, and there's so many different perspectives represented. I mean, we've got the people that are selling property as well in this whole thing. So I really think, I love hearing what Larry brought today, that there is a group that's starting to talk. I think I would just give the input that I come from Bartholomew County. We've done some collaborative community projects down there, and we've been able to bring some projects before the community that really did improve the community, but it really was collaborative, and it did not. It did include economic development, which is, that's Chamber of Commerce that comes from the private sector. So when we work together on these things, then we really do have all of the minds around the table to do the best job possible to, really move these projects forward without leaving really big gaps potentially. So really would encourage that what is starting, that it would continue to get the right voices around the table that are real representative of all the needs in the area, especially economic development. Economic development and residential development, man, those are hand in hand. And it kind of leads into my second point with location. This is right in the middle of a lot of acreage of green space. And where the bar is set with this zoning proposal, there really is no up. And what magnet are we putting out there for potential economic development in the future and other developments that would come down the road in the area that is as yet undeveloped? So I really wanted to bring that before you and just reiterate that, we really can affect this with a little bit of time to look at design standards and look at planning standards in spaces that are turning over like this. And one thing that I heard at the community meeting was that from Adam Mears, he kind of assured us at the community meeting that they were willing to go slow and do it right. I really hope that's the case. I really would like to see us get to a point where everybody is really proud of what we're doing in this area, and that we haven't just repeated mistakes that have happened in the area around us. We need to learn from those things, from other communities, so that we're driving good development. It's good development and good infrastructure, not just development. So it does concern me that the builder is unknown and some of these things are a little fluky out there. If we could just get ahead of it with some standards, I think a lot more people would feel a lot more comfortable moving forward with, whatever happens in this area. Thank you so much for listening. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Walt Gunthorpe, and I'm going to try and keep this brief because we've all been here a long time already. So I apologize for taking more time. But I didn't plan on speaking, but the misrepresentation by the petitioners just begged to be spoken to. First of all, their attorney mentioned to you that there were like 400 more cars as a result of this. That's totally incorrect. You've got over 500 homes. At 2 cars per home, that's over 1,000 vehicles, not 400. So for them to sit there and mention 400 to you was a misrepresentation. I want to make sure that's clarified. Second thing is they talked about how they were prepared to assist with the roadway development and so on and so forth. I have yet to see a developer that was going to widen roads, especially something like 13 between the interstate and Fortville, is going to put in roundabouts, going to put in traffic lights, is going to pay for the increased law enforcement. They're not going to do all of that. The only improvements they're going to do is in their own community. The third thing that they brought up was they made this beautiful picture of $500,000 swimming pools and dog parks and walkways and all of this, none of which is applicable to what we're talking about here today. Those are benefits for the people that would be buying their homes. They have nothing to do with our community. So when we listen to them and what they presented, I just want you folks to fully understand that there was a lot of misrepresentation there, and that needs to be taken into consideration, not only because of the problems it creates, but it also casts a little bit of a question on the integrity of the people that are wanting to do this. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Oh, there's near recess.
Yeah. I gotta pee.
Hey, I'm Keith Hart. The last meeting, we were supposed to get a traffic analysis from Garson. Did we get that?
There was no, they had a verbal agreement to do that if they were to move forward with the project, but they were going to do it if there was not any, if that doesn't pass through here and pass through the commissioners, they wouldn't do that.
Because I think, excuse me, with that traffic analysis, in the report, it would show hands down. Is that lady over there, is her name Nancy?
Stacy.
Stacy, I'm sorry. Thanks for turning the air down.
Oh, you're welcome.
Stacy, could you squeeze that where we get a bigger view, more around? All right, there you go.
Is that good?
Yes. So everybody's aware where 813 is. And you see, we're not even completed there. I think it's Springbrook. It's just south. That's not even. Yeah, that's
Springbrook.
That's Springbrook. They're not even done yet. And then we got, I believe, another 240 homes or apartments going in here.
It's Oakmont.
Hmm?
That's what it's called, Oakmont.
Yeah. And then over here at Arbor, we're not even halfway completed there, so even a traffic analysis wouldn't be accurate. But if you all come out there in the morning or in the evening, you wouldn't want your family even around 813 or Fall Creek in 13. That's how bad it is. They're lined up both ways trying to get to 69 to try to turn to go south on 13. No, and they mentioned about using 750 up here from Ingles, which they do, to go to the interstate. So you can't. It just boggles my mind that this would even go any further without the infrastructure that everybody is so mentioned time and time again. I know, come out there and see that. It wouldn't be good. I mean, there's not even a stoplight there. What would really be nice is if we had a roundabout. It'd have to be a big one. That's all I got.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'll make this very brief because everybody has covered all the topics that we are here for. My name is Sally Mayer. I live on the south end of 800 West, almost to Fall Creek, not quite. So, and we have the two creeks that the watershed from that area fall into, which then move on to Fall Creek, running through our property. And my concern, in addition to the safety, the traffic, property values, all of that, is that we really study the environmental impact. And I'm not a tree hugger either, and I'm not an engineer. I'm just a person who witnesses that watershed every spring. It's not 10-year rains that create all that water. It's every year. I've been there for 27 years and I've watched it. One concern when they have said, and I know they're just doing their job, they're looking out for themselves. We get that. We don't have any malice against them. We need you to look out for us. My neighbor, when he was putting in his driveway, had a hydrologist study the size of culvert that would be needed to handle that water flow. That professional sorely underestimated that, and a year later he had to add and put in a bigger one. So we've seen what can happen when you change just little things. That's all I wanted to say. Keep an eye out for us, please. Thank you. Oh, I gotta write my name.
My name is Ray Melton. I live on 750 West, just about a quarter mile south of 800. I just wanted to talk about, you've heard a lot of it, but the traffic on 800 South. I'm a small hay cattle producer, and to get equipment, I know there's farmers on the board, to get equipment up and down the road is a nightmare. You take a 13-foot-6 conditioner and go down the road, it's a nightmare with Ingles water hydrants. Now on the other side, they did widen the road slightly, and they put stone on the road. Then they come through, Duke Energy just come in and put 3-phase electric down through there. And I have a letter from Duke that was dated September 28th about coming down through there. And it's called the Oleo Road Grid Straightening Project. And I talked to some of the Duke engineers that was working on that project, and they said, here's the bad thing. We know this road's too narrow. I said, in a couple of years, we're going to come back down here and move these poles 2 or 3 foot. So I guess I was just going to talk about a comprehensive plan. Do we really have one? Do we need to think about having a better plan before we let this go out? This is just a rumor. There's 80 acres north of me, which backs up to Maple Trails Edition, that the lady has made a commitment to sell to Arbor Homes. So if they, at Maple Trails, they had 160 acres and put 400 some homes in. So on 80 acres, that means 200 more homes probably. Where does it stop? But 800, it is a nightmare with the width. They widen the road, they put stone on it, but it is very steep slopes. If somebody goes over the 30-mile-an-hour speed limit, I cannot go down that road without getting passed. I drive my 30 mile an hour, pull trucks, trailers. It's very dangerous. I've even had a school bus pass me before on that road. It's just, I think 800 is the main concern on this project that needs to be really looked at, and some kind of a better plan come up. That's all I have.
I was looking through my notes and I missed one really important point for you guys. Today, the decision isn't about the concept of the development and all that. Today, the decision is about the zoning. And the zoning you're being asked to approve today is for apartments and duplexes. I don't know that that fits in our county. Thank you.
Is that it?
Petitioner gets an opportunity for a rebuttal, but we can do that after a break.
Break?
can we take a
Yes,
break?
yeah, we need, yeah. I'd say we need a 10-minute break.
Fine.
We'll do the best we can.
Thank you.
Okay, we're getting ready for our meeting.
We're ready.
There's like 4 of them here now.
Never know.
Do what, John? We're all back.
I got a new one on mine a few years ago from Hayward, and they wrote me the Chester wrote me a check before he left.
Can you hear us, John?
But it was like the.
Yes, I can.
Okay, just want to make sure. Jerry, can you hear us?
And he's like, but the rest of it on, put all I knew.
I thought you left at 11.
I'll write you a check. Call me back. I'll expect it. I'll write you a check tonight.
So stay as long as you can.
Okay.
And I didn't realize how bad it was until I got up there. And then when I started looking at my gutters, my downspouts, everything, they're all dented up. This I got it all there.
Can you get in?
All right.
I
Ready?
think we're ready.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone, for letting me come back up and speak for a second. And thank you for your guys' comments. We understand it's difficult in this situation. We understand not everybody, maybe nobody, but we aren't going to get the majority of the neighbors that have lived there for years to say, oh yeah, do flips up and down because they want our product to come in. And we get that. And there is a balance that you as the Plan Commission and then the county commissioners need to go through and decide what is it that goes here. And obviously, the discussion of the new group that Larry spoke about will be helpful. As developers, we look to staff, to leadership, administration, to help us understand what you want and what you don't want, because that's even more important, right, in most instances. So in looking at the comp plan and seeing the circle for the residential growth in this area, in our discussions for 2 years prior to, or a year and a half prior to Brad leaving, it was all positive feedback that we got at that point in time. So we continued down the path, got the property under contract, worked with Brad with the first rendition of plans, and then unfortunately he left his position, so for whatever reason. So we've been doing everything that has been asked of us, generally speaking, on the things that I mentioned before, on the requests, Jessica's request as far as traffic goes, and size of roads, and connectivity and walking paths and all those things. We've been trying to bounce along the way. We heard no rentals from the audience, from the demonstrators, and so we switched gears and went to a for sale product. And so we're trying to accommodate. We're trying to do what we can do. I understand you may vote unfavorable today, and that's okay. But as developers, we look to folks like you to give us that guidance, give us that, not just at a vote, but get to staff, get to the people who are out there and help them understand what you're looking for. Because we've spent over $100,000 doing this because we weren't getting any pushback until the last 6 months, 4 months. And so it's important as a community, if you want good development, you have to be good development partners. You have to understand that as a developer, we're going to invest $30 million here. $30 million in infrastructure. Now, most of that's on our site, but it's still $30 million investment. You're going to get back $1.5 million to $2 million of tax revenue annually. Not once, not twice, but annually. There's no incentives here for us. No TIF district, none of that happens with commercial or rental projects. So you guys are getting a nice return. And that's how roads get improved, how schools grow and get improved, how the area gets walking trails for the public and dog parks for the public if they want so choose to use them. And that's how it works. And, folks may think that we're not trustworthy or we don't know what we're doing or we're trying to rape and pillage the ground. That's not the case. We've been doing this for 35 years. And we're a northeast side of Indianapolis company. This is close to our stomping grounds of, we just don't live in Madison County. So to think of it in the fashion that we're just here to maximize, yes and no, right? You have to make a few bucks if you're going to risk $30 million of investment. You got to make sure you're going to get your return out of it. And it doesn't have to be, an over above return. It just has to be a deal that that you aren't going to go broke and go into bankruptcy. And that's how we operate our business. We have never had a community not succeed. We've never had a community that doesn't have a homeowners association still in place taking care of the grounds. As we had mentioned, we have half of this project basically is going to be empty nesters. And historically, of every one of his empty nester developments that we've done with one of the larger builders, in our surveying of them for this project as well as others, it's 2.2 kids per house. Sure, there's going to be a kid or two, but it's not anything that's going to go. We've done our research with the fire chief. Sorry, Greg, that we didn't reach out to you. We felt like we had the direct ear of the fire chief and thought that was where we were supposed to go. In discussions with the school, as someone else had mentioned as well, I think Larry, We've tried to do our due diligence. Drainage, yeah, drainage is one of those things. We can't go spend all those dollars on the front side to go figure out where every drop is going to go today. That would be another $100,000 that gets invested into the program. And so those are things that are governed, and that your planners and your county engineers and all those folks then look at as we go through the construction development process. And they're gonna have either themselves or consultants look at our plans and determine whether our consultants, our engineers have designed a system that's proper and meets the goals and the standards of the community. And so those things all happen as we go down the road. They don't happen today. But if you say no, we respect that. If you vote unfavorable, we'd like for it to be favorable. We think it's going to be a good community, and you've got a great area. The state needs to help out with the intersection of 800 and 13, which is already underway, as most of you know. I don't know to what level and if there's a deadline with it, but they've got it on their radar screen. They don't work as fast as the rest of us work, unfortunately, but they've got it on their radar screen. And in our conversations with Jessica, she understands where we are with the traffic counts. We've done all the prelim work. All we haven't done is put it into the computer and generate and spit out the report, basically. And she's been vital in those conversations with Steve Fahrenbach from ANF and Matt Brown over there. So she's been involved every step of the way. And, that's where we are. I'm not going to try to address every one of the comments that are out there. Those are the highlights. $30 million investment, $165 million of asset that's then going to be there as taxable revenue, which should net you somewhere in the 1.5 area, if not more than that. So that's all I've got to do. Be happy to answer any other further questions that you may have at this point. Thank you.
All right. Do you guys have anything else? More questions? Can we?
May I respond to
No.
Wesley, I'd make a motion here today if you'd allow me.
Oh, yeah.
One side's going to be happy today as we leave, and one side's not, as happens in almost every meeting anymore. Mark, with my motion today, it's going to be you that leaves here unhappy, at least with me. I don't know about anybody else. And it's not that we don't want you guys in Madison County, but at the moment, we've got so many things underway, and there's so many questions that folks have, including myself. And I'll have the answer for the vast majority of those in 6 months. Now Jessica's going to tell me I'm nuts, but a year or more, we'll have the answer to some of those things. And the committee that we've started moving forward with, and somebody mentioned putting citizens on the committee from that area, that will happen. But we kind of started from the outside, working back in. And that way, those folks can get together. They can visit with the folks that live there, and also the communities that surround them. Because these properties may be annexed in the future, not even belong to the county. And you're sitting at another board, not us, asking for something similar. But hopefully, if we all work together, we're on the same page. And so something you may have started with the county that ends up with Ingalls is still going to work out for you and for the vision in that area of the county, Ingalls, and the folks that live around there. So I just think at the moment, putting this on pause, there's some things in our development standards that are a little bit more lax than what I would like. And I don't know whether you guys are willing to change those things at this time. Probably not. We talk about even in Larry's recommendations about having the second pool in there. That's not an option, but that's only, you got your maintenance, but it's $1,000 a home. So that's a lot, but if we can't make that gap in something, how do we make all these other gaps that, and we may just not be able to get there at the moment. And maybe a couple years from now we can, or maybe this whole thing goes to hell in a handbasket. I don't know. But I'd really just like to wait and make sure we've got all of our ducks in a row and we can do this the right way. There is going to be development there, and some folks won't want any development, but at some point in time, something's going to come in here and pass, and that's going to get developed. So let's make sure it's exactly what we want this time. There's been some stuff before that I know wasn't. Let's do our best to try and get it right. So my motion is to pass it to the county commissioners with an unfavorable recommendation from the planning commission, and that's, it's nothing against you guys. I can promise you that.
John, are you adopting the,
Staff's recommendations as well, yes.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second.
How about a roll call?
Yes, sir. Mark Gary,
Yes.
Denise Spooner,
Yes.
Jerry Alexander. Can you hear me, Jerry?
thumbs up, thumbs down?
I think he's muted or something. He's talking, but it's not coming through.
Okay, I just sent him a message, say yes or no.
Okay. He just said yes.
Does that mean you get 2 votes, John?
I saw the, he just sent in a chat. He just said yes.
Yes, he's voted yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
I said yes.
thank you. All right, Lindsey Brown,
Yes.
Tom Shepherd.
Yes.
John Richwine,
Yes.
John Zimmerman,
Yes.
Corey Bolander,
Yes.
and Wes Likett.
Yes. Motion passes.
Can I just add one thing? I just want to thank you both for coming, your presentations, and how you've presented yourselves today. I find you both, I just think you're respectable people, sincere, genuine. I would, consider working with Madison in the future and talking with you more. I don't think that I felt any malice, ill intent, just, lack of communication. And obviously we don't have community standards down there, and you don't know what you're supposed to be doing because we don't have these standards. And I agree with Mr. Richwine that this community needs to move forward with figuring out what they want to plan there and work better with Madison in the future. I just want to thank you for coming, and in your presentation, both of you did a great job.
Thank you.
I agree.
Hey, Mark,
Oh.
I don't want you guys to forget that.
Again, thank you, board, for your patience.
And there's one other thing I'd like to say in regards to this. I don't want it to be a suggestion. I'd actually like to make it a motion today that we direct our planning director, Larry Strange, to reach out to a minimum of 2 members of the community to add to this board down there for voices to be heard. According to the Madison County Comprehensive Plan, under the administrating section, there's 4 bulleted items, and one of them says encouraging community collaboration, and under section E, it says that we shall give people the opportunity to have a meaningful impact on the development of plans and programs that may affect them. Participation should be broad enough to include those who lack formal organization or influence. I just, would like to make sure that some members are there, and I don't know how to enforce that other than making it a motion that this board supports the members out here. And if I had my pick or suggestions, I highly respect Mr. Greg Valentine as a wise voice in this community. And I'm very thankful for the real estate professionals that came up here and spoke. As I've been in the business for 14 years, I think that they have an education that could be viable for good input to give back to Mr. Strange. We had 2 real estate professionals that came, which was Lisa Roby and Brian Wignall. Maybe those 2 individuals would consider joining Mr. Strange and Greg Valentine and helping represent this community, because I do agree with the public comment that your voices should be heard. Thank you.
I'd like to second that motion as well. I feel the same. The community's voice is the most important voice because it's your community that needs to be taken care of. So I second that motion.
I would just make a comment, if I could, under discussion. I think the vision of the committee is to have the opportunity, for more than just a couple people to be able to have input and to get together and have meetings that folks would be able to attend and discuss things openly. So to add additional members is fine, but I just want everybody to know they'd have an opportunity to voice their opinions as well.
Thank you, John. I didn't know how many, but I just said a minimum of at least 2, but whatever you feel is good, but thank you.
And if you may, just under discussion, from our side of the fence, meaning the builders, developers, whether it's commercial, apartment, multifamily, residential developers, we always encourage, especially when it's not over a single project like ours was today, but to involve a member or two from our side of the fence, because we know what works in other communities that are good. Sometimes there are standards that get developed and they go wait a little bit too far, and then you discourage growth.
Yeah.
And then you don't grow, and then communities become stagnant, and they have a tough time continuing on. There's a happy medium there, right? And so having the other side there does help at times.
Our problem today was without those standards there. It's easier to go backwards and relax them than it is to go forwards and make them more stringent. And so we find ourselves in that.
You're in a tough spot. There's no doubt about it. I mean, the comprehensive plan said go, so to speak, but you weren't quite ready yet. You needed that second part to it. But that's the reason why I'm saying is that I think everything that you guys are saying and have that focus group type of feel to it, but don't go totally one-sided on it, because sometimes, at least we've seen a couple other communities recently go well beyond, and it's going to stifle their growth, and they're not going to grow. And these people may want that, but as a plan commission, you guys, it's
I agree with that as
your
well.
job and the commissioner's job is to figure
I think
that
that's
out.
wise input.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We got a motion.
We
got a motion and a second.
got a motion and a second. What was the motion again?
Motion was to direct our planning director, Larry Strange, to reach out to a minimum of at least 2 members, possibly more, whatever this committee feels that they need. I gave 3 suggestions: Greg Valentine, Lisa Roby, Brian Wignall. I'm sorry, Mr. Wignall, I keep forgetting your name, but the real estate professionals just that could, bring some education to the table and good input. But to at least, have some of the members of the community join this sounding board, whatever we're doing here for South Madison County. So I just wanted to make sure that did happen, and so I made a motion to do it. And
All right. We got a motion, we had a second. All in
Second.
favor? We got it. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, same? Motion passes.
Can I have clarification who seconded it, please?
Lindsay?
Brown?
Yes.
Thank you.
Lindsay.
I remember who seconded.
I'm trying to, but I can't stand it.
All right. So we're ready to move on?
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Give me a piece of paper. Moving on.
You need the rest
of that hat?
No.
Yeah.
I'm hungry.
I see
Members of the board.
nibbling on that.
Yeah.
This was the remonstration for our next petition. I have it. It will be available if anybody would like to see it.
Thank you.
thank you.
I thought she was taking lunch orders.
Okay, are we ready?
Yes.
We're ready.
Okay. This is petition number 22Z005. The petitioner is Kelly Drews. The location is 705 East School Street, Anderson. The request is a rezone from light industrial to general industrial for a property that's shown on the maps in your handout. The petitioner is seeking to rezone the subject parcels from light industrial to general industrial so that the petitioner may continue running his existing business, a salvage yard, on this site. If the petitioner is granted a rezone of the subject parcel, his next step would be to seek a special use for a variance or a special use exception for a junkyard from the Board of Zoning Appeals. So this is not an automatic approval here. If you were to approve this, forward this rezone to the commissioners with a favorable recommendation, he still has to get special use permit from the Board of Zoning Appeals, which would have the ability to impose more conditions and et cetera. I'm not going to belabor the history because I know we've got a lot of people that are going to want to talk, and I'm pretty sure everybody here is pretty much more familiar with this than me. This situation has been going on for a number of years. Our office has been working with Mr. Drews, and a couple key dates are, and I'm going to pretty much skip all the pre-2022 stuff, but on May 17th, 2022, our office issued a notice of violation and stop work order for the operation of the what we now call a salvage operation, which is basically, just to define it, as I understand the business, Mr. Drews brings in large equipment, disassembles it, and sells pieces of it for parts. Mr. Drews did pay a $2,000 fine on May 17th. He filed an appeal to interim director Rachel, God, I forgot her name already, Rachel Christensen. Her classification of his business as a salvage yard. He filed an appeal to the Board of Zoning Appeals. That was denied. So as far as this rezoning proposal, that use is a salvage yard. So the only way it can be done again in terms of our code would be, in terms of our land use, would be as a junkyard with a special exception from the Board of Zoning Appeals. So the staff report, I review the site and the zoning designations. It's important to note that this area has had industrial zoning designation since the 1970s and 80s, and was used as a foundry for melting, forming, treating, finishing, and shipping railroad casting from 1976 to 1999. So there is a trend of some kind of industrial use on this property. The site is bordered by School Street and residential neighborhoods to the north, MacArthur Drive, residential neighborhoods, and a general commercial parcel to the east. The parcels to the west are in the city of Anderson, and they are zoned industrial, and some R2 residential. So there's a mix of industrial residential zoning in the area. From the forward Madison County Comprehensive Plan, the recommendation on the future land use map in the comprehensive plan is to transition this area from industrial to R1 low density single family residential. And there's also some proposals for some R2 in the area. I did take a look at IDEM's site to think about what could you possibly build residential here in the future, and I also talked to some developers. I do not, I mean, without getting into the level of a phase 1 or phase 2 environmental assessment, I'm not sure anybody can specifically say whether residential development would ever occur there. All the input I have gotten is that it's highly unlikely that any investor at this time would probably this time or in the near future, would put in residential development on that site. So that's given the past history. Again, I don't know if that's, I haven't done the environmental assessment work that would be required to actually prove whether residential could occur there, but it's unlikely that it's going to. So when we get, just kind of skipping to the nuts and bolts of the recommendation, the staff recognizes that this situation has evolved over a decade with complaints from residents, agreements between the petitioner and county, and continuing administrative wrestling over the issues. We are also cognizant of past use, which includes operation of a rail foundry from 1976 to 1999. We believe it unlikely that residential development will occur on this site. It is also recognized the petitioner has dedicated time and money to address the various issues that have come up over this use. Essentially, we think you have three options. One is forward the rezoning request to the commissioners with an unfavorable recommendation. If the commissioners upheld that, then essentially Mr. Drews would need to remove the non-complying operation from the property. The second option is to forward the RICO zoning request to the commissioners with a favorable recommendation, which would allow him to continue that reuse with conditions which we have included in the recommendations, including installing buffer yards pretty much completely around the property in a far greater detail than they are today, and other things that we've got listed. There's a third option that I believe could be appropriate here, given the history, and that would be to table the request, and I'll defer to Jeff for the exact language of the tabling, and request a petitioner to apply for a planned unit development district. This is a process that is in our county code, section 9.1. It's a fairly straightforward but thorough process. It involves a technical review committee on the staff side with the drainage board and others. It could include requiring dues parts to put up performance bonds. So if they say they're going to put in a buffer or put in something, if they don't do it, there'd be a way to somehow address that situation or remediate the problems. Or if they abandon the property, you could have access to that. So that, and I don't have all the details on that, but it is in our code. It's not something that is used very often. In fact, I think it was referenced by the Madisons possibly as a possibility for their development, but it is used in communities where they have these situations that have often either have evolved over time or somebody's coming in with a unique proposal. Oftentimes they're with new developments such as the Mount Comfort Health District in Hancock County, but they are applicable to this type of a situation. Essentially what a PUD does is you're not rezoning this to heavy commercial, or to heavy industrial, you're rezoning it to a PUD, and through the PUD you define what can happen on the property. So he can only really do what is defined in the PUD.
Larry, I got a quick question.
Yeah.
So, let's say you chose option 3 and went with the PUD. We define all those things. Does that carry on to the next owner? Let's say Kelly Drew sells this property. Do those things that have been defined that can be done on this property carry forward, or does that? So it's the same. Would be like the rezone in that particular case.
Special zoning classification goes with the land.
So it would not go away.
Correct.
All right.
Well, unless, and Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, unless something was written in the ordinance to
An automatic reversion type thing.
address that situation, like
Generally, zoning classifications that are for the person rather than the land are.
But we don't deal with the PUD very often.
So we don't.
So that's
It's
one
also
other that I can think of. So
That requires an ordinance, so it's also a recommendation on that. It would go to the commissioners ultimately.
I have a question on the PUD. So if I'm looking at this correctly, either we allow him to be a junkyard, or we're giving a favorable or unfavorable recommendation for him to be a junkyard or not to be a junkyard, right? Because that's what it is. And if not, we ask for a PUD, and we could put the stipulations on it to where we had before, where you gotta have everything under a roof and it's not a junkyard and it's a parts distributor, like he quote unquote told everybody at one time what it was, and then we find out it really was what we said it was a junkyard. We could go back to that. Am I right? Because if not, what I'm looking at is we've been dealing with this for a long time now, right? And we still got work that was supposed to have been completed to make the community more, I guess, what's the word I'm looking for? Not safe, because it's not safe, but to protect the community from everything that was transpiring on that land. And we still haven't seen things signed off on that. We still haven't seen to make sure the stuff is done correctly. We don't know what's going on here or there, we still had flooding that transpired that increased it more than they normally have. So there's a lot of questions. And I'm wondering, would them questions be answered under the PUD, or are they just gone in the air and we moving on?
Well, the PUD is a process that goes through the Board of Commissioners, and it also goes through the Planning Commission. So it would actually come through here twice. You'd have to, they do a preliminary, here's what we're proposing, it comes to you forward to the commissioners, then it comes back. And so it's basically a two-step process. So there'd be a number, it's not a quick, it's a comprehensive process that allows for a thorough analysis of these various issues. And, the file that I was given, is like that.
Right.
The remonstrator file, we had emails and remonstrator stuff coming in that is late, this morning.
Right.
So I think, that Stacy showed you the binder, we've had, a significant response to this. So we obviously, there's a lot of issues that have to be dealt with. The PUD gives us an opportunity to try and deal with those in a way that can benefit not only the property owner and allow him to continue his business and contribute economic development, but can also hopefully protect the community as well.
And see, that's
So
where,
is-
go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, I think what Lindsay was driving at was is the PUD a better way to go to ensure that Drew's Parts does and complies with all the things that they've said that they would do under the current zoning?
I don't know that it's any better because it's still going to require accountability on behalf of our department to monitor what's going on. And, you know, I mean, anything, you know, a PUD can go to hell in a handbasket as well as anything else if nobody watches it, if nobody follows the rules. So
what you're saying is the BZA could still
the
put those
BZA could imply the conditions. It's just the issue is, number one, I know they're one of the remonstrator letters or thing. I mean, I read hundreds of, I read a lot of this stuff this weekend. One of the things was property values, you know, rezoning to heavy industrial or calling it Henry, like just putting that name on the zone decreases property values. I think it said 10%. Now, I'm not saying it does or doesn't. I'm just saying that's what I read in one of the things. This may or may not affect that, but you wouldn't be rezoning this to heavy industrial. You'd be rezoning it to PUD. On the map, it'd be a different color. So that's something I think that's significant, and it may allow, again, ways to make the operation more responsible.
So, and that's where I hate to be, what's it called, Debbie Downer over here, but it's like there's a lot of unanswered questions from day one, and I think that's where a lot of the anger and frustration is coming, because this is not the citizens' fault. It's not Drew's Park's fault. It's actually really the county's fault because nobody actually put their foot down on the situation that occurred. And it's not yours, right? I mean, this has been going on, and communication has been going on way before some of us that's on this board. I mean, way before, for sure, me, right? You as well. And it's sad because we have a business that's been on land conducting business that shouldn't have been doing it on that land, which I don't know, I can't say it's his fault that he didn't know that he shouldn't be doing that type of business on that land, or I can't say that he should have known, he should have looked into it. I can't say either one, right? I'm not him. So I'm not gonna put words in his mouth. But what I'm gonna say is, once that occurred, and then once, we should have been way ahead of this before we keep going back to the same situation, right? And looking at it. So now, what I look at is, we have Drews that has did some work on his land to try to, I guess, appease some of us, but it's still not done to the satisfaction of what we put out there. So now we have another curveball that came around, right? Which is this. Let's rezone it. Let's change it. So then that stops all the progress of correcting that land. Because if that land is not corrected in the first place, and we rezone it back to a junkyard, or what it really is, you don't have to do none of that, what we said. It's over with. I mean, so then it's a junkyard. And honestly, I have never seen a junkyard in a neighborhood with houses all around it. They're usually on the outskirts of towns. So it's my biggest fear here is that we're going to open Pandora's box and destroy the entire neighborhood. Not just the county part of it, but the city part as well that's right across the street. And I don't want to stereotype them houses though, but they're not high income houses, right? So them people that live in them houses, they're probably utilizing their housing. That 10% can help make one of their kids go to college or somewhere. They could use that type of money that they might be losing. So I have a big fear within this realm. And yeah, I'm always one of those guys that's always going to be open and honest, right? I am being impacted by it because it is my neighborhood. But at the same time, I'm not the one person that's going to just shut down a business either. Because I believe that people, when they put their hard-earned work into it, I was a business owner, I understand that part. So I'm not trying to just destroy Drew's Parts by itself, right? But I also understand that you're destroying neighborhoods. So it's gotta be the people. At one point in time, we gotta look at it. The people is what put us in place in these positions, and it's the people who we represent in our community, in our county, not just business. And when I had that conversation, when me and you had talked, I said, you have one person here, you have all these other taxpayers. Yeah, he's paying a larger tax because it's a larger plot of land, but all these other taxpayers are voters and everything else that equals up to be more. They live here. He packs up and go home, not in our community at the end of the day. That is my biggest thing. When somebody cannot put that exact same business in their neighborhood, why put it in mine? I think I'm about done with that.
Any other questions?
No.
Nope.
That just look good if you have proof of notice sent out to the affected landowners.
As far as I'm aware, I haven't heard that we didn't.
Yeah, I think, because we all got them in our neighborhood.
The notices were.
I'll be honest and say, yeah, in my neighborhood, we got them because we talked about it. Even my kids signed a petition. That's sad. They said they don't want a junkyard in their backyard. That's crazy.
Guess we need. Kelly, you want?
Petitioner should go first.
Yeah. You want to go first? You're up.
Kelly Drews, 705 East School Street. Questions?
I got a question for you. If this doesn't pass and the commissioners don't give you a favor, if we don't give a favorable recommendation, commissioners don't approve it, what will happen?
Don't know.
Another question then, flip it around. If it does approve, pass, what will happen with Kelly's?
What would happen at the Drews Parks? We would keep cleaning everything up. All the land that we've put the buffer yards on, we probably lost 10% of the trees since summer. We would redo those in the spring, get the grass to grow better around the pond. And obviously the pond's got a leak in the bottom somewhere. We've already reached out to a guy to fix that, but we just kind of waiting on it to get everything else done, and then we would fix that. The pond would fill up. That'd be all green space back from the brown, from where the tree line was back. So like the brown building back, and we put a buffer yard between so you won't, in a few years, you won't even see the big brown building because it would all be one line of trees and woods and all that.
Where's the engineer at that was supposed to come back and let us know if he signed off on all the work? Who was your engineer? Who was your engineer?
RMA Engineering.
Huh?
RMA.
Yeah. Did they sign off on it? Are they gonna come back and let us know?
Last I heard, Jessica and I talked last week, and Jeff Healy and Jason Miller had got together somewhere, and Jessica was in on a little bit. I think I was out of that loop. Usually I'm in on the emails and stuff, but they were supposed to get back and forth to take care of, like when we had the 9-inch rain, we had 2 spots that didn't run off correctly, didn't need fixed. We fixed one of them, and we fixed one of them, and we started to fix the other, and Jessica said, hold off until the engineers get together to make sure you're not wasting time and money and putting that in there. So it's done, so that's partially done. And as on sign-offs and that, I don't know.
Thank you.
Kelly, you have the petition in front of us for a rezone. It's your burden to explain to us why you need that, why you filed the petition. Can you please do that for the planning commission?
Well, for, the reason we're here for the rezone is because, what's her name?
Rachel.
Chris, I got the last name, I don't know. So Rachel thought that we were zoned incorrectly, which the courts, I've already gone to the courts, this is already decided in court. And we had already, the judge made a ruling, they had their day in court, that we weren't a junkyard. I still say we're not a junkyard. And Rachel says we were, and Brad said we weren't, Rachel said we weren't. So the board went against the judge's decision, which was made in court. I mean, we had lawyers, we had a judge, we had decisions, they had their chance, and they couldn't prove anything otherwise, which I still say it's not. But when the last 2 months ago, when it came up that we were told we were, so the next step was, well, because we've got so much stuff outside that's prepared stuff that's ready to ship, ready to sell, what have you. And all that's outside, and I'd have to build an Amazon warehouse to put it all inside, pretty much. And we're here because we want to, and all the machines that we needed to, that we from day one, we've tried to hit every date and deadline we've had. September 1st, I think, was the last one, and we were 99% of the stuff done, except a couple things that EMB paving we took in for them to get rid of. But everything else, we've been over backwards. We pushed. We've hired people. We've had people. I mean, we got it done. I mean, we put in the buffer yards that you guys set forth for us, and just trying to do what we can so we can go back to doing business.
I don't know if you've had an opportunity to look at the staff report, Kelly, but it talks about if this board gives a favorable recommendation to the commissioner, there are certain conditions such as no operations outside of 7 a.m., 7 p.m., installation of a type 2 buffer yard, including an additional buffer yard if you remove the existing wood area on the west, southwest, southern property boundaries. Any comments, thoughts on those conditions?
I have no problems with doing those. I've got the buffer yards that we were told to do are done. The west side is pretty much all woods. There's one little area by the Bethany Church that has, I would say saplings. I mean, trees and bushes that they trim up, but from spring to now that you don't see anything anyways. We got to put something there. I mean, that's very small compared to the rest of the buffer yard we already put up. I mean, literally all up and down School Street and all the way down MacArthur.
And the commission, you heard Mr. Strange's comment about a PUD, a planned unit development. That obviously, you'd have to agree to that. We can't force you to do that. Is that something that, and there may be resistance on the commission doing that together, is that something that you would consider or?
I've never heard of it until Larry handed me the paper before the meeting. When it comes to restrictions on what we're doing, or buffer yards, if we're gonna let the place go to crap, or if they're tires, or whatever all the smoke and mirrors are, whatever we need to do. I mean, we make it as representable as we can. You can always do better, obviously, but when it comes to that stuff, I mean, if there's going to be some more restrictions, or you guys want this done or this done, I mean, if it's in the realm of possibility, I have no problems with that. Zero.
So I'm going back to a statement you made, Kelly. You said 90% of the equipment.
99.
99?
90.
So I have photos from, what was it, Saturday I took with my drone. And I looked at the photos from when all this mess started. I don't know who does math, but 99%, you far from that, buddy. I mean, I look at, I mean, I pulled it up on my phone, there's tons of equipment out there outside. Almost some of the same old stuff that was still out there. So, I don't have to walk on your land to see it, you know, I live right in the backyard of it. I can just take my drone, go right up and go over it. And it's a lot of stuff out there. That's way more than 99, for 99%, I would say probably like 10% equipment still left out there. But what I see is probably close to maybe about
So
60% still left out there.
So 2 meetings ago when we talked, and I said the area where the equipment is, there's 2 areas where you're gonna find machines. You're gonna have the one area along MacArthur, which that is all running, viable, working machines that we own and we use. We are gonna sell them, or customers have them there to fix them. The other area, which would be to the west side of the Brown Building, which there's numbers on there, I don't know which one it is. That's where we take the stuff, that's the leftovers that's going to the junkyard. That's where we have taken all the mainframes, carcasses, everything that's been cut up, oil's drained, everything's off of it, and it is ready to go to the salvage yard to get processed at a real junkyard.
So, if I look at it, that's a definition of a junkyard right there. You take one piece of a machine, chop it down, take the other piece of the machine, put it somewhere to be sent off, for metal to be broke down. That's a salvage yard. But at the same time, I can understand if you said 10%, the 10%, which will have you at 90% if you had the equipment that you were going to sell in retail, and the section right there on the east side of your business, that's closer to the church, yeah, then you would be at 90% if that was the only thing that was left there. But when I look at the pictures of what I have, I mean, there's equipment all the way from MacArthur, almost all the way to the fence line of where the baseball diamond at.
Those are not machines. Those
I mean,
those are the parts that we have taken them off. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. It's still junk. That's what I'm saying. It's still junk out there.
No, well, if that's what you can consider it.
I mean, that's what it is. Junkyard. It's still junk out there. So for you to say you have 90% of the junk put up, it's not true. Because I'm looking at
99% of the machines that we had in there that we needed to have under roof before we processed them have been taken apart, drained properly, tires off, oil out, all that, and then the rest of that stuff goes in the junkyard.
So what you're saying is to think you're going to appease us, you took a whole machine and broke it down in pieces, and so now you can say you don't have a machine out there, you just got parts out there now. Is that what you're saying?
We have parts that go to rebuild, we sell the parts, we inventory the parts. So there's parts in 3 different buildings, and we sell parts every day. So a lot of them go out the door, 130, 140 shipments a month.
So, but you still didn't answer the question, buddy. You didn't answer my question. So my question was, since you have...
I'm not your buddy either, Lindsay.
Okay, that's not a problem.
My name's Kelly.
That's not a problem. Kelly, Mr. Drews. So Mr. Drews, since you said you tore down 90% of your machines.
99%.
99% of your machines are tore down in pieces now.
Correct.
And you took your erector set pieces and put them all over the yard. You think that suffices us by saying that you don't have any equipment out there, you just only got 10% left. Even now you got 99 pieces of Legos out there, and you only got one completed piece. So now you feel like you got 10% left, or 1% left.
Yes.
Wow. I don't know where that math come from, but all right.
It's prepared product. No. It's on the shelf, ready to go.
But it's outside on the ground.
It's not under roof.
Not all of it's under roof.
And that's what we agreed on originally, right?
No. Yes. The machines, you can go back to any time we've had a meeting, look them up. The machines that we bring in that we are going to tear down, because at first it was, there's a battery laying here, there's oil spills here, there's oil drums here. I bought another property at 222 Hill Street. IDEM comes out, well, neighbors complaining you have tires out there. I take IDEM out there. There's one tire in the neighbor's yard, and IDEM looked at it and said, are you kidding me? And then I said, don't tell me that's the tire in the picture. I said, that's the tire in the picture. And I mean, so and we have a rebuild shop at 2222 Hill Street. I've got a complete engine machine shop in Lynn, Indiana, that we rebuild engines for all your tractors, backhoes, all of it. So from small to the big ones. So, but the things that are like the excavator booms and stuff that can sit outside, that's, I mean, I don't have enough room for 80, 30, 40, whatever, 25-foot excavator booms inside. That's why it's outside. But the whole machines that I said we would have under roof that were spread out from where the pond is all the way to the brown building and pretty much on the east side of the big brown building have all been, there's no machine sitting out there with half of it torn apart, half it together. They go inside, we cut them up, we tear them all the way down, and we disperse the parts to the rebuild shop on Hill Street, the engine shop in Lynn. We put them in the parts warehouse that we have, was it 40 by 90, totally pallet racked, that need to get inside, that are smaller valves and pumps and stuff like that. And then when we have a relationship with the rebuild shop in Minnesota where they like high pressure hydraulic pumps for all the machines. I've got 1,000 pumps up at his shop. He builds them, I send them to him, he builds them, he sends them back, we put them on the shelf. They're not cheap pumps, so stuff like that has to be inside or it'll be ruined. The stuff that doesn't get ruined outside, we leave outside.
So that goes against everything that we talked about January 4th, 2021, that long-term, all the machinery and equipment on the property needs to be enclosed. This was an email, this was from Brad Newman, part of the plan, back at January 4th, 2021. Thank you.
Mr. Drews, how long have you owned the property?
I think 13 years.
And when you purchased it, it was light industrial?
Yes.
Has the nature of your business always been, I mean, you've always been doing
It's always
what you've
been the same.
You've always been doing
And
what
how
you've
we,
been
which
doing?
they were talking about something earlier. I think it was on the, I don't know if it was, I don't know. Anyways, the person that owned it, which was Tim Walters, and he was subleased it to Billy Kinzer. Before we started this process, Billy came, I don't know, he made sure we were good, because the first 2 years we were there, we just rented the property, because we didn't want to buy the property and come up and say, whoa, we're done. You guys can't do that here. So we told Bill, we did it on a contract. We were 2-year lease, and then we ended up buying it from Billy, which Tim was there too, because he owed him some money on it. So then we went through that process after the first 2 years that no one raised any stink about it. Everyone seemed fine, because I know, which Billy has passed away, but like a year or two ago, but I know who we went to. I mean, before this started, I was oblivious to planning commissions.
Yeah,
Never dealt with it, never messed with it. And he went to someone and they said, here's what we're doing. And then we did it for the first 2 years and everything was good. Then we proceeded to buy the property.
So you've always been a quote-unquote parts distributor, breaking it down, but salvage yard definition under zoning laws is the nature of the business. But you've always been doing the same thing from the time that you bought it. So when you read light industrial, and you know, Mr. Strange has provided that description of what it is, you didn't have did you read it? I mean, did you understand what you could and couldn't do there? You just didn't understand
At the time, when we told them what we were doing, I didn't know the zoning between light industrial and general commercial and general industrial. We told them what we were doing and everyone said we were good.
Yeah. You just got caught in a misunderstanding of what you can and can't do there. But I did read the transcripts from your court hearing, And by the way, just to put it on record, Brad Newman in those transcripts actually said you were a salvage yard. I mean, it says it right in the transcripts. He said salvage yard.
You're reading that little portion of it like they do on all the sports things. You read the little portion, you're not reading the rest of the sentence.
That's under the questions and answers. That's what I saw. But you
Read
know,
a little
the
deeper and
BZA
you'll see what it said there was before, yes, we were a salvage yard and we were working into what he laid out. We were working into compliance to not become a salvage yard. And that's what we did.
Okay.
So when did you work into compliance to become not a salvage yard?
There's so many dates, Lindsay. I can't give you that date.
Because really, you're still a salvage
Well, technically, it would have been September 1st.
Well, regardless, where we are
Yeah.
now is, you know, the BZA, and we've all determined that it, you know, the prior planning director, we've all determined it's a salvage yard. So now we just have to move forward and figure out how we can, you
And the
know,
judge
manage
determined it
those.
wasn't a salvage yard. It went to court. I'm just saying.
Well,
I hate to say it, the judge don't have no authority in here, though.
I think the judge have a little more authority, I would think, but I mean, once again, I've never been to court either.
I'm not even aware of that, what court he's talking about. All I do know that the BZA determined this is a salvage
that's
yard.
what I was trying to get at. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I think enough been said. I think enough been said by me.
You know, Kelly, I know that you didn't know about this PUD thing until you got here. You stated that. You know, I don't know. I haven't made up my mind whether I thought that was an option, a better option, or what in that. But I do think that you'd have to submit a plan, work with the technical review committee, all of those things, and then the zoning would be different. And there probably, I would agree with Larry, there's probably some benefit to that. I don't think at the end of the day your restrictions are probably different than what they would be if you went before the BZA. But those will be presented and adopted by the planning commission, and then the commissioners would never proceed to the BZA.
My first thought is prolong it longer. And then people are gonna complain and moan. And I heard about this at 8:50 about this, and I read the first page. I'm not messing with it, but it's one of those. It's like
I think
everyone.
You know, I mean, it's an issue for everyone here. I mean, we've all had to live with it as board members. You've had to live with it as a property owner of a business, and the folks here have to live with it as your neighbors. You know, and I think from the beginning, you know, Brad may have had a different opinion than Rachel and treated it as such. You know, I've not asked Larry, you know, specifically and sat down and had that conversation with him, so I'm not going to say or put words into his mouth. But I think that from the beginning, when it was brought to my attention, and there was some inaction at that time, I had a conversation with Sean, and you know, got the ball rolling, kind of looking at this thing. This board, from that point on, has tried to find some middle ground between you and the folks that live there to coexist. And I think that's kind of always been the goal.
That's been my goal too.
I don't know that any of us have been
successful.
Yeah, but that's always been the goal.
And everyone knows where my office is. There's been very, very few that have complained or done whatever they got to do to get to where we're at. I mean, my doors are always open. I would have loved to work this out without going to court with doing this, but I mean.
So I directed the neighbors not to go to your office after one of your friends or family members or somebody threatened one of my neighbors. So I told them not to go to your property ever again.
Who threatened them?
Some guy in a gray truck that's parked at your building quite often. Was that a neighbor across the street from my house? threatening them with physical harm. So I told him not to go back over your property.
Wasn't my guys.
He left from your house, from their house to your building. So I told him not to go
My
back
doors
over
have
there.
always been open.
Yeah, so I told him not to go back over there. So nobody should be threatened with harm, especially from the.
And how would
a
we know
dispute.
if it's a customer walking in to pay for some stuff or pay
Why-
for a storage unit or if it's a neighbor? How are they ever gonna even know?
Why would a customer threaten one of my neighbors?
I'm not saying that, but why would one of my guys threaten a customer? They don't know the
He's not my
customer,
neighbor.
they don't know the customer from a neighbor.
I'm just letting you know, he went from, everybody in our neighborhood has cameras. I'm just letting you know that. So everybody has cameras. I have a camera that points at the two neighbors' house across the street from me. They have one that points at my house. So there's a time frame. The guy going from down the street from your building to my neighbor's house in their driveway, threatening them, and then leaving and going back to your building. So
Well,
I'm not here to debate it. I'm not here to debate it, though. I'm not here to debate it. I'm just letting you know. I asked the neighbors not to go to your building no longer because of that situation. Because then it becomes a bad situation. If somebody sees somebody going to somebody's house, and we got a lot of elderly people, and then you might have somebody do something that we all will regret to have.
First I've heard of this too. Once
I'm just
again,
making you aware.
they can't grow the balls to come and talk to me about it.
Regardless of that, I'm letting you know what I did. All right.
Anything else? Any other questions?
But one last thing, John, whatever we gotta do to make the happy medium, if we gotta put up more buffer yards, if we gotta do this, we gotta do that. That's what we gotta do. I mean, I don't think I've resisted in any of what I've been told I needed to do up until now. I mean, buffer yards are in, Rachel came out, Jessica came out, Tom came out, and to make sure we were doing stuff right, whatever date it was, July was hot. That night, everyone got an email, but I'm doing this willy-nilly stuff and no one's there to police it. And 4 hours before, Tom, Rachel, and Jessica were all at my place. That's the kind of stuff I hear about, and I don't get online. I don't read any of that stuff. It just gets old that people tell lies, and when 3 of the people that work for you guys were there, and they know for a fact it was a lie, and it happens all the time. It gets exhausting. But whatever I have to do to make the happy medium, like you said, to make the neighbors happy, I mean, just let me know. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there anybody like to speak on this?
Is this your mother that you live with?
So, yeah, you're all familiar with me. I know you are, but I want you to meet my mother, who's the person that lives at ground zero to all this. I want to put a face, or I better sign in before I get in trouble. I want to put a face to, who's greatly affected by this, who lives there, and everything. Larry, did you provide what I sent to you to the rest of them, or?
Well, we've gotten hundreds. They've got, I believe they've got everything that had come in as of Friday at
Okay.
3:20.
I received it.
Okay. Anyways, I got copies if y'all want it, but and if it's in the book, it's in the book, or I can hand you some one. But I just want to go over the fact that my mom and dad saved up and built their house there 57 years ago and moved in about 57 years this coming Saturday is when they moved in. And, I got aerial pictures in there from going back several years. It was green behind there at Drew's parts. It was, a lot of vegetation. It created a good natural barrier. When ABC and Rail and ABEX were there, we didn't have a problem with the light industrial. If anything, they were good neighbors to us. When there was a hazmat situation there before, and I've stated this before, they came to my mom and dad's house and they talked to them and they put riprap in the ditch, cleaned it up and everything. You look out there now, there's hardly any riprap in there. You may find a stone or two out there, and that's about it. Where Mr. Drews and his crew put riprap in at the drainage area, I now have, not many, but a few of them starting to run underneath the fence row into the ditch. So something is starting to give already. I did notice that when they put the riprap in, my understanding was there should have been a barrier tarp or something underneath all of that to protect the mud. It was like patchwork. It was not all the way in. But I'm not going to speak here long because I know my neighbors here, I want to speak their, what they have to say as well. But, some of the things I've heard today and listening to the other things, which I think are applicable here as well, is I went through the comprehensive plan, in more detail this time, probably because I couldn't sleep and I had more time to do it. The collaboration, you talked about collaboration with that neighborhood down in 13 and 800 South or whatever it is. And, there's, Kelly has said, yeah, my door's open anytime, but, really, when's there been a time that we've said, with the planning commission and Mr. Drews and some of us from the surrounding neighborhoods really get together and say, what is it you're doing? How can we make this benefit all of us? From our perspective, it's been a more of, I'm going to do whatever I want type of thing, and I build it. I believe in your report, you mentioned a barrier or buffer yard there and stuff, but really between where we have, from the south end of our house all the way up to the ditch, it's pretty much been wiped out. All that's there is the berm to the pond that he built, and the pond doesn't hold water, and he just admitted it leaks and everything. But to even try to put a buffer through there, I don't know how they would even be able to do it at this point, because you're going to either plant them on top of the berm or you're going to have to raise the dirt up or do something to allow a buffer. So now my mom's quality of life from living there, we can't hang her laundry out there anymore because it's dust that flies through there. My mom loves to be outside and walk around, and it's disappointing. I can see it on her face when I'm walking around outside, and we're looking over that. To Mr. Drews, you're saying, some of the equipment is intact and some of it's in pieces. From our perspective, I can't tell what the hell that is. All I see is a rusty piece of equipment over there. I know, you'll wash my mouth out later. And she's a spitfire at 91 years old, believe me.
You know who we are?
She seems to think you went to church where she goes at one point in time. Anyway.
You go to where, what's their names? Penny and,
Oh, Penny and Larry?
yeah, they
Will
go
Hoy?
to your church.
You go to church up there on North Scatterfield? Okay,
No.
anyways.
You look like it.
Okay.
Darn, I thought I had something there.
Okay. Well, I do know she's been at Mr. Likens' restaurant. She's told me about it, and she really likes it. So I do know that.
Well, when I saw that name, I thought, oh, that's him. And then when he came on, I thought, no, I was wrong.
Yeah, that's okay, Mom. It's okay. Anyways, the collaboration that you mentioned in your comprehensive plan between the communities, the people, the government, and the different businesses, I've not really seen that. I've not felt that at all. I have been to Mr. Drew's business a couple of times. I did ask him, what was it you doing here or doing there when it started coming up and everything. And I've tried to be not, what's the word I want to say, combative or anything like that. It's just more question answer type thing. I do know we still have a major flooding area, Thanks. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mama. Anyways, we still have a flooding area, and I know that Mr. Drew said, they put they tried to fix one thing and do something else and they were told to stop. I don't know which one was which, but I do know that at the one end of the pond, they put a pipe in that was supposed to drain from the area back into the pond. At the other end, it looked like there was piles of dirt just put up across there to keep it from where there was a major drain. But the last major, significant rainfall we had, it kind of ran around it. It was not as heavy, but it did run around it, and it just needs to be fixed. I find it a little bit eye-opening, knowing all the contention with this, that Mr. Drews has not been all over RMA to say, I need a signature. I need you to sign off on this, because that was one of the main points that this board or this body put together. And he stated that. And it just hasn't been done. I just find that kind of alarming. Okay. We go back and forth with each other.
She's going to get you again here in a minute.
I bet she used to tell you that a lot.
Huh?
I bet she used to tell you that a lot.
I'll tell you what, a real quick side story. When we were little and we had you remember those little bolo bouncer things with the ball on it? She loved it when the rubber ball came off because that was a paddle in her purse for my brother and I. So I'll just tell you right now, she's still a spitfire. I'm just telling good about your mom. Don't worry about it. One of the other things I've had is, and you brought it up, is that back in either the May meeting or June meeting, somewhere around there, it was brought up, when are you going to have all the equipment off the property? Whenever, September 1, there was a September 1 deadline put on there. There have been things here that's been said, I can't do that, or I can do this by this time of time, or whatever. But what I have kind of noticed the trend to be is there's a lot of verbal agreements, but not written down and stated in writing, this is what's going to happen by this point in time and everything. And I just find that to be a bit alarming as well. I'm not trying to be a pain here. I'll just kind of close off, with a couple things, is that I've never been out to shut a business down. I have degrees in computer science and a master's degree in organizational leadership. I'm an entrepreneur. I've been a self-employed person, at times, and I relish the entrepreneurial type spirit that people have. I've not been trying to shut them down. I want things done right, and to look at her when she comes outside, and I take her around the yard to look around, it's disappointing. You could see it on her face that this is, not what her and Dad envisioned when they built the house there, and everything. I think a lot of the people that spoke here earlier on the other issues, they kind of hit some of the same topics. It's the same thing going on. So I don't want to be redundant with all that. But, just in closing, I personally, am not for, this to be rezoned. I would like for him to get back to where either you put it under the roof, put lean-tos up like was originally agreed to or discussed in this body, and everything. And I want to see, I'm hearing her in the back, I want to be able to see the drainage in that neighborhood corrected because we're tired of it. I got a neighbor here, her water meter froze this last year from all the erosion that was going around the water meter and stuff, caused her an emergency situation. We've seen, I did include I'll send it out to you, Larry. I went back out to Zillow and looked at overall pictures from the ditch area and stuff. I could see where the riprap was from when ABC Rail put it out there, or ABEX, whichever one it was. And it's gone. I'm like, where did those tons of rocks go? I mean, they've just washed down somewhere. They're gone and everything. So that concerns me with this whole process being done correctly. I don't have a warm fuzzy with this PUD. I don't know what that is or what that entails. But I think anything moving forward should involve neighbors as well, so that we're all involved in and the pastor here from the church, so he's on the other side of the field from us. So I think
I really hadn't thought about the PUD until I got in here and this morning, but I mean, if the board did decide to go that direction, and you've got that whole planning part of that, Larry, that would have to go through here. But you could have, obviously there's going to be input from the public, whether it's in here or ahead of time on how do you see?
There's no reason the representatives of the neighborhood, if everybody have to agree, that they could be on the part of the committee. As well as the Bethany Church. Or others.
I'm just saying, reading through your comprehensive plan, I don't mean you, but you're just closer to me, so you're a good target. You always are, John. There's some themes that underline there, about everybody working together with stuff. And I agree with that notion and stuff. Doesn't mean we all agree. It doesn't mean that, we're all going to be singing Kumbaya at the end of it or whatever, but at least we're working together and, representatives from all different angles to deal with it. So, anyways, I think I don't want to take too long, because I know
I think that's what the board desires, to do their best to make everyone that lives there happy, without trying to run Kelly out of town. And so, if there's a way to get there, I mean, at least for me, that's what I'd like. That's what I'd like, from the beginning. Like I said, I'm not sure we've ever been very successful at that, going through any process. We've been there. Part of that's, not having any continuity at the director's level.
Right.
So you had Brad for a little while, and then he was ill.
I never met Brad,
and he had a difference of opinion. But then we had Rachel for a little while, and now, Larry's just getting acclimated to working in the county.
Right. And I'm open. I mean, I've been here 2 years. I came up to be with her because, her condition and everything. That, from a selfish standpoint, from our property and everything, I really don't see how planting a few trees right there is really going to hide anything. I don't know if there's really any room to do it.
Wasn't there a lot of trees there at one time, and those all got cleared out, so it was.
Yeah. Pass that picture down.
There you go, you can see it.
Yeah, I know. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, here you go. So, I mean, here's where it is now, here's where it's been before. I mean, that whole field was full until the point in time that the pond was being constructed. We had a lot of privacy. And, Mr. Drews, I don't know, I think I know about the incident that was brought up about a person in a gray truck or whatever, Anyways, I do know that Mr. Smith, who was the contractor, was in here, and I admit, I was standing right across the fence taking pictures with my camera and stuff, and all I was getting was the birds flipped at me all the time. It was not neighborly as such, I wasn't threatening him or whatever. He thought I was going to shoot him one day because I had my 410 out, and the reason I had that out is because the animals that have been coming across the fence, we've had a ton of groundhogs and a ton of raccoons coming across and destroying property and stuff. For the most part, my neighbors can tell you, I have a live trap out there, humane trap, and I cart them off somewhere.
Is that where mine keep coming from?
I don't know exactly where you live, John, but if, I can bring them out.
I got some I want to get rid of too.
I've had a raccoon actually stand up to me as I'm coming at him with the lawnmower, and I'm like, "You're not right, dude," and I took him out. So to my neighbors who hear gunshots, I apologize, but anyways, it's just kind of caused an overall bad feeling, bad situation. I know we're all tired of dealing with this, and we need to find some way to deal with it. Okay.
Thank you.
Here, come on, Mama. I just wanted to see who lives here and who it is that I'm protecting. And I think any of you protect your mama tooth and nail as well. Yeah, we'll go back. Let me sit down there. Mama, sit down.
Indiana Code 3674603 lays out the criteria for the commissioners to consider when reviewing a rezone request. The burden to show the statutory criteria has been met rests on the petitioner, Drews, just like the county attorney told you. To support his rezone, Drews' petition and exhibits provide no evidence that the rezone complies with the comprehensive plan, is the best use of the property, will conserve property value, or that he'll be able to protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the surrounding community. Alternatively, I've submitted a 36-page response in opposition to Drews' rezone with exhibits, expert reports, and an affidavit. Many of my neighbors have also submitted written responses in opposition as well as evidence. Finally, 63 signed letters opposing the rezone have been submitted. With regards to the statutory requirement, the evidence submitted shows Drews' requested rezone does not meet the comprehensive plan, is not the most desirable use for the parcel, does not conserve property values or promote responsible growth and development. Finally, rezoning this property to general industrial does not protect the health, safety, and general welfare of the surrounding community. Over the last 2 years, the residents of Sailor's Golden Acres have provided each of you with photographic evidence of Drew's continued ordinance violations and his refusal to comply with local, state, and federal laws. Additionally, through these communications, the residents have documented the continued negative impact Drew's Parts has on the surrounding neighborhood, including their concerns about Drew's impact on health and safety. For instance, residents have documented Drew's attempts to construct a pond which, to this day, does not hold water. Residents were informed by Drews and the county that his pond construction would solve neighborhood flooding issues created by Drews. However, due to poor workmanship in the grading and construction of the pond, flooding continues. On July 12, 2022, without regard to the health and safety of the residents in the surrounding neighborhood, Interim Planning Director Rachel Christensen determined Drew's pond project was substantially complete. This determination meant Drews was excused from paying more than $30,000 in fines which he had accrued. On July 17th, just 5 days after Christensen determined the pond was complete, the residents of Sailor's Golden Acres again experienced flooding which trapped them in their homes. Lindsay had to file a fairly large insurance claim that day. Additionally, due to Drew's poor pond construction and grading, flooding now occurs in new areas of Sailor's Golden Acres. To date, no one has been able to provide me documentation that Drew's own expert has certified the project as complete as they said that they would in the January 2021 Planning Commission meeting. Next, as Christensen previously admitted on the record, Drew's setbacks do not comply with the ordinance, as the buffer yard is not in addition to the required setback. Residents provided evidence of Drew's non-compliance with these requirements when the work on these areas was being completed. However, to date, Madison County has refused to make Drew's correct the improper construction of the buffer yards. Finally, in December of 2020, a hazardous chemical spill occurred on Drew's property. Drew's testified under oath he had a spill response plan. Did he use the plan to clean up the chemical spill when it occurred? Nope. Instead, Drew's did nothing, and the spill affected several neighboring properties, requiring the response of both a county and state agency. Drew's testified under oath that, though a new spill response plan had been made by Indiana Spill Response, he hadn't trained his employees on that plan. Unfortunately, Madison County has also failed to protect health, safety, and general welfare of my neighborhood. Records show, since 2012, Madison County ignored or disregarded complaints regarding substantial issues on Drew's property, instead allowing Drew's to continue operations on the parcel in violation of its own ordinance. Even after the county acknowledged there were violations on the property in January 2021, they continued to refuse to enforce their own requirements. For instance, despite reports and photographs from neighboring parcels, as well as an IDEM report stating erosion controls were inadequate, Brandy Frazier continued to assert Drew's erosion controls were adequate. These inadequate erosion controls have caused substantial erosion in the MacArthur ditch and neighboring parcels, leading to my neighbor's water meter freezing last winter. Silt and contaminated water from Drew's property travels down MacArthur to Flintwood Drive, where they're next introduced into a private lake in the neighborhood, causing water quality issues. These are just a few examples of Drew's inability or unwillingness to bring the property into compliance and Madison County's unwillingness to follow their own laws. A comprehensive timeline listing both Drew's violations and the county's inability or unwillingness to enforce can be found in my brief, including the exhibits and revisions submitted on November 2nd, 2022. Based on the evidence presented, I believe a favorable recommendation for Drew's to rezone to general industrial would be a willful and unreasonable act without consideration in regard of the facts and circumstances of these issues. Finally, the recommendation to instead create a planned unit development solves none of these issues the property owner has created. It does not address his inability or unwillingness to follow the ordinance. It does not address the health, safety, and general welfare issues created by this property. The only thing this recommendation does is to provide Drew's more time and leeway.
Okay, today I'm talking more from the tree hugger perspective. So, as talked about before, there's been tons of floods, and most of those have tons of oil in them and runoffs from Drew's property. Those obviously are not good. Oil and waterways are not good. And there's a lake, as you can see up there, there's a lake right next to where most of us live. So I know some people have not been able to use that lake because of the oil spills, and I bet some animals have not been able to survive due to those spills. Also, he's been cutting down lots of trees. He said 1/10, I think, earlier. So tons of animals have been fleeing out of the woods and into yards. I mean, if someone comes, cuts down your home, and then says, go find somewhere else to live, it's not a good thing. So now we have tons of groundhogs tearing up everything, everywhere. And that could lead into safety concerns, such as someone could walk onto their balcony, and a groundhog could have destroyed beams, and then they could have fell through. Also, with flooding, I know personally I've missed 2 school days because I couldn't get to school due to flooding. So if this is affecting the environment, safety, and academics to children, it should be addressed.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Randall Taylor Holloman. I grew up at 730 East School Street and have lived there majority of my life. But I just kind of wanted to address a few things. Trying to fill out this paper first. I've personally seen it. The flooding is what they tend to all be talking about, which is definitely an issue. But I've lived there for 30 years, and it's always flooded down there. I mean, over the mailboxes, people have always had problems getting into their driveways. Mike Patel used to have to park in front of the Ashtons to get to his house. This has been 25 years. Lindsay, I've been my best friend used to live in your house. Jim and Joe Rogers used to live there. So I always grew up playing with Caleb and Josh. And I used to fish in your front yard and catch fish out of the front yard. So this isn't like a new thing. So that's what I keep getting kind of hung up on the fact that everyone keeps acting like it's Kelly Drew's, which is creating this issue. But it's been going on for as long as I can remember. I used to play in the waters that was above the mailbox all the way by the Patel's house, which is even further down. And that's probably why I turned out the way I am. I was down there in that water. But, I mean, it's been like that for so long. And I think just to pin Kelly with the fault of the water is kind of unfair. I know that no one's going to ever settle on everything that he's doing. As far as, yes, it's dusty. yes, it is, he's tearing apart equipment and selling parts, and it's dirty work, it's hard work. But ABC Rail's been there. It was always dusty when they were there. It was loud, it was noisy. Tim Walters owned it, who had excavating and demolition. He tore down that entire factory. It was always dusty, always loud. So it's just kind of been something that's come with the territory there. That's from what I've witnessed. When Tim owned it, it wasn't ever mowed. At one point, he had horses and donkeys over there. Like, it's always been kind of just like a louder, there's always been something going on over there. The military museum, the tanks used to drive through the woods and this and that. There's always been noise over there. But so I just wanted to kind of say that I don't think it's necessarily right to just blame him for what's going on with the water and to use that as a tool against his business. I think he's a hard worker. He does, I mean, he really is a hard worker, and I think he's trying to make everyone happy. But I understand that no one's going to always agree on everything, but I just wanted to give my side of things. So thank you.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Laura Smith, and I live at 808 Hemlock Court, which is directly across the street from MacArthur Court. Daily, I see his equipment, the vehicles tearing down pieces of equipment that I witness daily. And obviously, when he said it wasn't a salvage yard, it absolutely is a salvage yard. And the extra flooding that's occurred since he's improperly made the barrier along his property has affected my property more and down the hill more. It has been flooding for years in our neighborhood. Yes, that's very true. But the additional flooding, I've never seen anything like it in my own yard. But on a daily basis, in the past few years, his employees open up the building before 7 o'clock. I have pictures. I take out my bathroom window. You think I'm not noticing, but I notice every day. And I don't want to turn a blind eye to it any longer. And it's very important that everyone is heard. A lot of people don't care about it because it's not in their backyard, but it's absolutely in our backyard. And I want everyone to know that it's a very real problem. I've lived in the neighborhood most of my life. My parents also live in the neighborhood. I believe he's operating an illegal salvage yard. It's actually just ridiculous that he's even doing what he's doing. The pollutants are damaging our neighborhood. It's eroding everything down towards the lake, the chemicals. The dust in the air is very difficult for my mom to breathe. She has asthma. So, and yes, I suppose there has been dust all the time, but it's worse now because of he took all the trees away. There's so much dirt, and the dust just flies, and my house gets covered. A few years ago, he had a fire, actually April 29th of 2020, there was a very large fire started with the multiple trees that he has cut down, probably thousands of trees. The soot, everything came over on our homes, on our cars, possibly damaging the paint on them. The fire department was called, and it was just terrible. And the fire, it went on for days and days and days with the soot and everything because there were so many trees on fire. Let's see. And I know the value of our properties is going to be going down no matter what, if it gets changed to general industry, which is a big problem. And I don't like the idea of this, what is it called, what is it? Planned unit development. No, he will not comply fully in a timely fashion. He says he's going to do things. He never completes them. And everyone just like puts it under the rug, like, oh, it's not a big deal. It is a big deal to us. Even if it's planned out, it's still not going to work. He's still going to have complete and utter disregard for our neighborhood. He does not live there. He doesn't care. He does whatever he wants. I've lived there for 10 years, and everything's steadily gone downhill. And I'm not one to, say anything, but I feel that this is very important. My child and I and my family, my parents live in the neighborhood, and our health and well-being is also at risk, and he doesn't care. He wants to let's put up more berms, and none of that. It's not going to be properly done, and it's not going to be enforced, which is the big problem. So I obviously oppose the rezoning. If this property is rezoned, it will be a disaster for our neighborhood, for our health, and for our property value, and to surrounding areas. The reason is because Kelly Drews does not follow proper channels of safety and legally accomplish things on his land. Also, he is not held accountable for fixing violations in a correct and timely fashion. He seems to know people in higher places, so illegal actions on his part are overlooked. Is this really how we want to operate our county? So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice seeing you, Jeff. And several of you, nice meeting you, Lindsay. I don't think we've actually formally talked. My yard is at the bottom of the hill that her yard drains into, and there has been more flooding. I've observed the more flooding. The difference, there has always been flooding, but it's different. The flooding that's happening now is dirty water. It's water that has a lot of dirt in it. So that's a big difference. Within this last go around with the berm and the pond going in, water has started coming over MacArthur Court much more rapidly, and actually coming into my yard and coming into her yard. Not sure why that is. I'm assuming they have some professionals that will fix it out. I have not personally talked to Kelly Drew, and so I'm not really going to address Kelly Drew because we haven't talked personally, but I do want to address you as the Planning Council Commission. It's a salvage yard. You could put lipstick on a pig. It's still a pig. It's still a salvage yard, no matter how much lipstick you put on it. As a business owner, business owners have a responsibility to know whether or not my business could be properly operated on a piece of property. It's not just a he said, she said. I have to do the work. I have to look at the county zoning maps. I have to talk to legal counsel. That is my responsibility as a business owner. Now, it's been going on for some time. Kelly is a very good businessman. I'm confident of that. He's figured out how to make a business out of taking junk pieces of equipment and distributing the parts all over the U.S. and possibly even Canada. That's pretty exciting. I think that's pretty exciting. Kelly Drews, however, can figure it out if he's not in the correct zoning. The last thing that we want to do, that you guys want to do, is open up the boundaries for him so that he can do whatever he wants on the property. Because I do believe that he will take up every existing inch of land on the property and use it for a salvage business. So, because he is such a good businessman, he is going to figure out how to survive. It's not going to be us. It's not going to be you. And you have a responsibility. You can kick the can forward with the PUD. You can forward it to the commission with an unfavorable forward, or you can just forward it with a favorable. It's kind of up to you guys. You're our elected officials. You are looking out for us. Mr. Drews will figure it out. He's good. He's really good. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Don Marstall, and I live at 3227 Crystal Lane, which is about 3/4 of a mile as a crow flies from Drew's Parts on Lake Sakilbuck. I'm not as close as a lot of the folks here today, but I'm close enough to share a story that how I do think it has affected us. I think it affects values in our area as well, but just to get to it, I did have I've experienced an odor smell, and it was getting pretty noticeable this past spring, where even in my immediate neighbor we thought we had a gas smell. I never even thought of Drew's Parts, but the gas company did when they showed up and did a thorough investigation with their machine that can smell. They went all around the house, a couple houses there, went inside the house. And then he did share with me that they've had other instances that are similar, and their only theory was Drew's Parts, speculating that we know, that heavy hydraulic oil used especially has an odor to it. I just thought that was something nobody else has touched on that was worth mentioning. My parents do live at the end of Flintwood Drive, so they're much closer. They've wrote a letter in opposition to the rezoning, so you have that on file. But I do find that from what I've seen and the length of time this is drawn on, that Drew's Parts is not true to their word, I'll say, I guess. I don't think they've always lived up to their expectations in this, and it's concerning. We know that there has been an environmental spill. At one point, the EPA did come out and put boons in the creek, and that gets into the lake we like to fish and eat the fish that we catch occasionally, and that water then goes out to the Little Kilbuck and into the White River, as you guys know. So those are concerns. I have a business. I have sat before the county boards recently, in fact, for a couple-year span, going through that painful process, and you guys have been great to work with, but I took pride in doing it the right way. So it's a little bit of a slap in the face to see somebody kind of back into something that doesn't seem proper. And with that said, I ask that you don't approve the zoning request.
John Holloman, 730 East School Street. I don't want to cause a uproar with the neighbors, but man, some of you guys got a lot of time on your hands. Goodness, some of the reports I've heard today, good grief. But I don't hang out with Kelly. I don't go to lunch with Kelly. I don't do anything. I'm just glad Kelly's there. I'm glad somebody's there, and I can't imagine any of you people that live in the neighborhood can't see that when ABC, that was a mess when ABC Railroad. It was loud, it was dirty, it was dusty, dangerous, ambulance in and out all the hours of the night. The flooding's always been an issue. I've been there 35 years down in that neighborhood. The little culvert that runs from his property down, it's about this wide. It's always been that wide. The riprap they're talking about, it's not there anymore because he put a pond there. It's not, I don't see why that is his issue to fix their flooding issue down in which has always been there. It goes in two ways, from Kelly's 50 acres down into that lower neighborhood, and then from 9 down the other way, and then dumps. But neither one of them are, they can't handle the water intake. You get a heavy rain, you're in trouble. It would be up over the mailboxes. I don't know how they even made it down there. But I don't care. I know if you want to call it a salvage yard, I get it from the board or the zoning, and I know there are regulations and rules, and he should be following them if that's the case. But I just really wish we could all get together and keep him there, because you do not want him there. That place sat empty. It was, I don't know if any of you ever ventured over there. It was a total mess. Just people in there breaking stuff and painting everywhere. And last Monday, I don't know if any of you are aware of this, heading towards your house, there's a guy in a bathrobe, half naked. They caught him in the military museum down there. And he owns that, but that's what happens when the place sits empty. You get people like that, and then they trickle down. That's a whole set of problems you don't want. And I've been to a couple of these now. And I just wish we could we're not going to please everyone. But if we could just come to some sort of agreement, I don't care if it was any kind of factor. I would be happy of anything. But I do want them to follow the rules. I get it. And if you're having issues that you think are pertaining to him, then that's something that can be addressed. So many people are so quick to point the finger and blame him for the flooding and blame him. You know, when the ABC rail was there, I went over there looking around after they were closed up, my son and I, and they had shacks back there mounted with dirt around it with signs on it that says radiation, stay away. And you're talking about runoff from his property now? You don't think that stuff was running right down into your neighborhood back then? That's what it was. I mean, that was like that forever. And yet now all of a sudden this is all popping up. I'm not saying he may have runoff from, I don't know. I don't know if you have worse flooding than you did. I don't know how you could have worse flooding from his property sitting where you're sitting, but I don't know. I do know the laws of gravity, and it does flow downhill. You're not even downhill from him. So I don't know. I just wish we could come to some sort of agreement. I'm all in favor. Like I said, I wouldn't care who was over there, as long as they are following the rules. The drone pictures that the guy on the phone was talking about, that stuff you wouldn't even see without a drone. You would be hard pressed to see the pictures from the road with the work that they've done there. You'll see the equipment that they use every day. It's right directly across the street from me. And if you go down the other way and you look over to the left, to the south, you can see the parts in the yard. Now, when you go down MacArthur Court, if you're looking through the fence line, yeah, you're going to see their machinery right there. But it's nothing like it was. I mean, it's really cleaned up over there, back there. And I feel bad for you building your home all back in however many years ago that was. But honestly, it's beautiful back there. That pond where they've done that, it's a nice pond. You can see that pond. It's beautiful.
There's no water in it, dude.
But when it does,
It's a mud pit.
right? But
Guys.
I'm just saying.
Can't do that.
Just like there's no trees. There's not going to be trees tomorrow. When you cut trees down, when you cut trees down, it takes a few years. These people, well, what did you think? The pond was going to be done? It's going to be full the next day? It doesn't work that way. There's going to be kinks to, but I would much rather look at a pond as to look at when they get trees planted up around there where your mother's at. Why won't there be? If they put them on the other side of the pond, it will block the brown building you're talking about. I mean, you guys are so impatient. Be thankful somebody's in there. Because like I said, you're just looking for trouble. And they have it down at the military museum. I hope he gets that squared away. It's a mess down there. People in and out and breaking in. It's unfortunate that it's like that. I hate for a guy that's doing, trying to do good for, himself and his business to just be, kind of railroaded into. I'm not saying he's not doing stuff wrong. I agree with some of the things you said. It is dusty over there. Kelly does talk a lot. That's why I don't hang around with him. He's a talker. But I'm all in favor. And it's not just because of him. It's just whoever is in there, I would be happy, unless it's just something really so bad that we just can't deal with it. But I think these are things we can get past if we just work together on it. So appreciate your time.
Thank you.
My name is Bob Adams. Let's see, name. I'm the current pastor at the church, Bethany Baptist, next door to the property. And I'm not here to complain about Kelly Drews. I don't know Kelly Drews. I've been next door to Kelly for 20 years. I don't know the residents. I probably should, since I'm the pastor. I should have been knocking on their doors. But and all I'm going to say today, because everybody stated everything. I mean, what else can I say? There's non-compliance. It's been going on. People are unhappy. It's affecting people down the hill. It hasn't really affected us environmentally on our property, to say. There's some things that I wish that we could accommodate as far as perimeters, around our fencing and all his growth coming over onto our property. That we need to address. But my concern today is property value. We are probably more affected than anybody because we have a very large piece of property that's connected to him. He owns everything else. So I'm concerned about what we do there, property value wise. I'm concerned about, of course, environmentally. We'll never get runoff from the property or anything like that. Noise levels, use of the public streets, how expansion into the old military museum, all those things will have long-term effects on anybody that lives or operates in that area. I mean, that's just the way that it is. My only concern and my only thoughts from today is this. We hear he's not in compliance. He's come back. He's been to court. All these things have happened. Who does he report to? He reports back to the county. And I think it's up to this board and all the other boards and everybody else in our county to get him or any other business owner in compliance. I don't know that rezoning is going to make anybody get into compliance. Maybe you are increasing the opportunity to be less in compliance. I don't know, but I'm saying, my gosh, these boards are representatives. You are appointed people. Just do what you need to do. Maybe you're not, like you said, 50% of the time people are going to be happy and they're going to be unhappy. But do the right thing. If this is not the place where he gets in compliance or solves a community's problem with drainage or whatever, then gosh, direct people, where do they need to go? But folks, this has gone on too long and people are too upset and too much emotions and too much time's being spent. Good God, you guys got to have other things to be dealing with besides a continual problem like this. So I commend you for the jobs you do and your patience, and I appreciate the community taking the opportunity, the time to come and share their feelings on this. But I'm just asking the board, golly, we need you to just do what you need to do. Make the right decisions and help the business owner get in compliance to make, if he needs to have a good business, and help the citizens of our community, with what their problems are. And they obviously have some, or they perceive they have some, but it doesn't matter. And they are voters, and, they're taxpayers, and I think they're all good people, and they just need some help. And that's what I'm hearing today. They're asking you guys for help, and maybe some of them didn't address it the way that it's proper, or maybe don't have all the technical know-how or whatever. But I'm just saying, help the people of that area solve the problem. Help the business owner to get into compliance, and then let's have a weenie roast and a kumbaya moment together. That's what we need, because folks, there's too much anger and frustration and hatred and bitterness and all of that, and we need to get rid of that. It's my 2 cents.
Thank you.
I want to clear up 2 points that came up after I spoke. First, there seems to be some argument that the people in the neighborhood are making up flooding or additional water in the neighborhood. Drew's own engineer Brian Miller stood in front of the Planning Commission and stated that Drews had taken down over 7 acres of trees and foliage on his property and that it caused increased flooding into the neighborhood. That was his own engineer stood in front of you all and said that. And then secondarily, I know that Mr. Adams said that the people in the neighborhood are not patient. The people in the neighborhood have been complaining since 2012. It's been 10 years. How patient do you think we should be?
Only be a minute.
And Mike, I could just say one thing. I don't know how long everybody's been on this board. I was on it a long time ago when I was county council member for 8 years. And then the first time I've been back on here, shortly after that, I met with both of you, and that was the first time I even knew there was the problem with Drews Parts. Didn't know who the heck Kelly Drews was until after I met you guys. And went back and spoke to Brad Newman about what was going on and got the ball rolling to try and get something done. And so you've got a whole, 10 years ago, I don't know who was here 10 years ago. But like I said, that's the first time for me. So maybe things should have been done 10 years ago, but I can't affect something I didn't know. I can only start from when I was informed that there was an issue, and I think we did that. Now, has everything been perfect through that? Absolutely not. I think we can all agree on that. But I think this entire board's in the same situation that I am, no different.
Pastor Adams left. I'm like, good job, because our church Mom and I went to, is like, they were talking about the same thing, just being, working out things with each other. The 2 gentlemen that spoke that were on School Street, I don't know either one of them, but too bad they left, because I was just going to clarify in some of the pictures I took. Yeah, the water's coming from over there, because you could tell by the coloration of the water. That's pretty evident. Coming down, it's mud water, it's not clear water. And yes, there may have been some flooding in the neighborhood and stuff. Admittedly, I have not lived there for 30 years until I came back up here to take care of Mom. I've been in
in all honesty, there was a lot of flooding before.
But I think the point is,
taking
John,
all those trees out didn't help anything.
That's what I was getting to, because that absorbed a lot of the stuff. I think from my perspective, from my mom and I don't know why the lake had to be built so close to the fence row to where it is now. There's so much acreage back there, it could have been done a little bit different and not affect us as much. Not had us all the trees yanked down like they were stuff. So that, whether you plant trees that grow fast or, trees that grow fast don't grow wide, they just go skinny up, and things that grow wide don't grow tall very fast. I got trees in the yard that's been there for 50-some years that they were saplings when they planted. Now they're high, but it took a lot of years to get there. So in my mom's lifetime, she probably won't see it. I will if I'm there. So the thing is, I guess what I wanted to address with them is, we can tell where a lot of the water's come from just because of the coloration of the water. And, from Miss Smith, who lives up on Hemlock and stuff, it was bad enough we had to bring a sump pump up to start pumping out water from across the street and back into the ditch where it was. I was trying to help dig it out with the shovel, then I ended up taking my car and spinning the wheels through it to purposely rut the dirt to help drain it. Whether it helped over time or not, I don't know. But the thing is yes, there may have been things, but the one guy's perspective is on School Street. We sit on the other side of it. We see equipment from where things have been cleared out. And do I have all day long to look at it? No, but I work in the corner of our house that looks right out at that. I work from home for a large trucking company and stuff. So I hear it, I see it, type of thing, so.
Thank you.
Very short.
My name is Judy Music. I am the bottom of all of that water in the entire world. I am the one house of everybody. It goes over my mailbox. I'm at the far end of MacArthur. So it has always been there. I can't not address that. However, it is muddier, and stuff. But what I'm coming to address is the fact that Mr. Drews did say when he was buying it, he leased it for 2 years. In my mind, it's because something just wasn't quite right. So that's why he didn't buy it first. And I feel like he kind of like, well, if you tell me I have to do it, I'll do it. But I'm not going to really try to prevent anything. And that's the part of it that I have an issue with. And I think everybody else has said everything, and thank you for listening.
From my speech earlier, it might not have been easy to tell this, but I'm not upset at anyone. I just want to wake up in the morning and be able to see grass and trees outside, not a pile of dirt.
All right. Kelly, you got anything else you want to say? All right, guys. We're losing our war.
This is what you call going above the call of duty.
John's still there. I'm trying to keep him on because it was going to log him off the tube.
He just stepped out for a second. He said, come get him when testimony was over.
Addressing the water problems through that area, I'm the surveyor. We get a call every spring about going down there and from, I think his name's Don Cool, sits on right across the house from Norton's house, Mrs. Norton. But we get a call and there's nothing we can do. The state has a big part of that. And I told the people out there to call the state, I gave them the numbers and everything to deal with this person at the state. And as far as I know, the state told them they didn't do anything. So that's where we stand. I mean, the surveyor's office is out of it now because, I turned it over to the state. The state's not doing anything, not doing their part. So that's where we stand. And, as far as the flooding, it's been the same since I've been around, since I was a kid. The flooding's been that bad. We talk about the flooding, and I don't think it's anything to do with Drew's parts. Well, some of it is, don't get me wrong, but all of it's not. And give him a little chance to get the grass to grow and the trees to come back up. What else can you do? I'm just throwing my 2 cents in, guys. Pardon me?
We're done. I just want to point out that the is now caving in.
I'll take care of it.
And it needs to get addressed.
I'll take care of it. Yeah, go ahead. So just to come back, it's weird to me that a lot of people that don't live in the neighborhood talk about the flooding and how it's always happened and how it always was. I've been here for 13 years, and yes, it has flooded. It floods more on the MacArthur side when you first turn in than it does on the Flintwood side. The flooding has increased. So yes, it has increased tremendously. And you can tell, like we said, by the water cup, the quality of the water. When it rains, you got rainwater, right? But when you got muddy water and you got muddy lines up your street to show that the flood has came all the way up your driveway and it's a mud line going across, that's coming from somewhere else. That's not coming from the rain. So it kills me when I hear people that don't live there or experience it, that want to put the 2 cents in and say that it's always flooded. Yeah, it has, but it's increased flooding from Drew's parts because it's coming from mud waters. And that was the reason why I know the people that own the lake plugged that lake up, because I took pictures and sent them in of how the lake turned to coffee. It looked like coffee in the lake coming from Drew's Parks. So don't tell us that we know what we live in. We experience it every day. We live there. You don't live there. You drive and hypothetically might see something. We're there physically. Thank you.
Has there been any estimates on fixing those ditches? I mean, that water meter's exposed. What if it freezes again? I mean, I thought that there was discussion previously this year about, getting an estimate of repair.
Kelly was gonna take, and I don't know where that's at, but anyway, he was gonna, I know that Jessica had an estimate from For Construction Excavating to fill that back in, put some riprap in there.
We met down there.
I don't think that's not been done yet because.
It's not been done yet because we're waiting, next step, finish place.
So you're waiting on finishing the other issues concerning the pond and the where it goes around the berm.
Well, if the water is caused by rain, natural sources, nobody's, responsible, partially that, partially Drew's. Could not the county move forward with, okaying this work on part of it, or, split the estimate with Drew's? I mean, what's the...
That's what we were doing. Jessica's just waiting to get this part done. As soon as the engineers get their stuff done, we can finish those two spots that were not adequate where the under runoff was. Once those are done, then she's moving forward with water to get my portion done, and then down to where the pipe is, the county's gonna redo that. So she's been waiting for this to finish up and move on with that.
All right. No, there's...
Okay. I think we've been here long enough.
Need a motion, right?
We need to do something. Yes.
I want to make a motion on the floor that we do not accept the proposal as stated.
So which one? There's three different...
I want to forward an unfavorable recommendation to the Board of Commissioners.
On general industrial.
On general industrial.
And generally, not trying to keep us here longer, but our rules require us to provide a detailed reason and we may have that ready to go. You don't have to have it right now in writing. We've got Stacy acting to describe, but you could talk about the reasons why now.
Okay. So for number one, it does not fit with the comprehensive plan. Number two, it's a negative impact on the community, the environment, as well as the citizens, the taxpayers. Number three, property values will decrease behind it. And number four, that's another one. The safety concerns. I mean, it's a huge safety concern.
Bringing up the concerns that were brought up today.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. There was also an affidavit submitted by Golden Rural Realty, Yolanda Elwood, in regards to those property values. I did read through that, and I myself have done numerous review of damage studies, even in this county, with Nuco Metals, with Aspires, with health centers, solar farms, and these issues with industrial. There's damage studies on dust, dirt, noise, odor, IDEM, the issue with IDEM. So a view shed is extremely important with property values. Removing that view shed, and what you do see there, there's numerous studies on those situations. So I do agree with that as far as the property values. There's a quote that was given in 2019 by an attorney, and it's real quick and short, and I just have used this. It's been wise guidance to me serving on this planning commission, and I'm going to repeat it again. Zoning ordinances are enacted for the health, safety, and welfare of all residents, protecting property rights in both directions. The right to enjoy your land, but also the right of your neighbor to enjoy his or her land. Ordinances are intended to promote a safe, healthy, viable framework for development, compatible land uses that work in harmony with each other to promote developmental goals, increase the value of community. So when I look at this, trying to, make a win-win and work it out in both directions, this is just trying to hammer a square peg in a round hole. And with the criteria that we are to consider. Mr. Strange, you had it in the very beginning of your staff report. We are to consider the Madison County Comprehensive Plan and other applicable adoptable planning studies, the current conditions and the character of the current structures, most desirable use of this land, conservation of the property values throughout Madison County, and responsible growth and development. I can't in good conscience move forward with a favorable on general industrial, so I second Lindsay's motion.
Lindsay, you want to judge, your motion has to contain detailed reasons. Would you like to amend your motion to adopt Denise's?
Yes. I amend my motion to adopt Denise's comments along with mine. Thank you.
Second to that. We're all of them.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion, and we have a second. Is there any other discussion?
I just have a question for my own clarification. If we don't give a favorable recommendation to rezone, is there still a path for Kelly Drews to stay in business?
Well, number one, if your recommendation goes to the Board of County Commissioners, which then either can approve it or deny it. If they were to deny it, then Kelly Drews, in my opinion, would have to remove the salvage operation from the business, period, or change it so it does not resemble in any way a salvage operation, which is bringing in large equipment, which is what he's doing, is bringing in large equipment and disassembling it to parts for sale or for the remainder to go to the junkyard. So he can't do that. So he would have to remove the business. If the Board of Commissioners approves it anyway, whether you send a favorable or unfavorable recommendation, it's their decision. Then he would still have to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals to get approval to operate as a junkyard. So it's not like if it goes to if you give it an unfavorable or favorable recommendation, it goes to the Board of Commissioners and they approve it, he just doesn't get to start operating. He still has to go to the Board of Zoning Appeals, which is another public process, requires a public hearing. I mean, it's not done. In my opinion, if the Board of Commissioners denies it and will not rezone it, then he's going to have to remove that part of his business that is associated with the salvage yard and convince the director or the planning commission that has in fact occurred. And I think I stated in here, I thought we would give, if the rezone is denied, that he would be given 1 year to remove the business.
Mm-hmm.
Or remove that piece of the business that is classified as salvage yard.
Denise.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. Email form so I can add it to my minutes, please. Sure. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
Yeah, I have a question. You were mentioning going back to the BZA, but we already denied that.
Well, he would be coming back to the BZA. Let me back up. If the planning commission, if the Board of Commissioners approves the rezone, he would then have to come to the BZA to get a special exception to operate as a junkyard. What the BZA did was affirm Rachel's designation of the property of the salvage yard. Is that clear?
Well, yes, but, so he has to come back to the BZA one way or the other.
No, well, if they approve it, and if they approve it, he would have to come back to the BZA and get the approval to operate as a junkyard. If they go the plan unit development route, then that would be through the plan commission and the Board of Commissioners, and it would not come through the BZA.
Okay.
All right. Anything else? Anybody got any more questions?
I just make one statement. I said earlier, I think we've all participated in trying to figure this out, make it where everybody could coexist. I, for one, I guess I haven't given up on that thought here today. I hear Kelly and everyone wants to say, well, Kelly's not going to fulfill whatever he agrees to, but it's our job to make sure that he does. And so, if you do allow Kelly to exist and be there and operate his business, let's say you decide to go with the PUD, but if you go the other way, it's similar, just going to be different. But then you've got all these things in his plan that he's put together that you've agreed upon, with a timeline. In your statement, you said he's got could have to have a bond for that.
If we do it through the PUD, we could associate.
So even if you require that, even if he drags his feet and you're unhappy with that, you could call that bond and have that work completed.
You can also make that a condition to your favorable rezone if you go that direction. Yeah.
So, yeah.
So
True.
I understand that. Any other way, I would, any normal times I would agree with that. But it's like, I mean, sometimes when you build trust and you hope somebody's going to do something and they never do it, and the can keeps getting kicked, and timelines keep getting pushed and moved. And if I'm looking at this, even if we went by the original timeline to have all this done, and we would have went from, it would have been December when everything was supposed to have been completed and done. We're a few weeks away from that now, and nothing is still the same mess.
And I don't think all those things are necessarily Kelly's fault.
Well, a lot of it is though.
Well, I mean, it may be, but I'm just saying, I'm not ready to just run him out of town without trying to figure out some solution that would be sufficient for everyone. Find it acceptable.
Can you come back up? No.
No, we got a motion.
Got a motion on the floor.
It's about the motion.
No.
Good try.
This motion is on general industrial, and it's saying that it should not be general industrial. What the commissioners can plan, and with Mr. Strange on a planned unit development to be presented, come up with something. That's something that, I don't know what that looks like and how it's going to be enforced, but it's just, this doesn't meet the comprehensive plan. And if it comes back to the BZA for a junkyard, that's even worse. I cannot even imagine the BZA approving a junkyard in the middle of a residential neighborhood. Looking at the comprehensive plan and what you presented, I know you said that you spoke with people and it's unlikely that that could be developed, because of the, it's funny that you said the hazmat and the spills and, environmental things that have occurred on that property for decades. There's companies that do remediate and clean that, but I'm just saying that's a reason why, you're saying that it couldn't be developed and unlikely to, but yet that's also a reason to not be voting in favor of this, because we see this health, welfare, safety issue to the neighbors. I don't know how to work it out either. Does the county own any general industrial areas that can do a property swap with Mr. Drews? Because, this all goes back to buyer beware, and I hate that. But in real estate, if you're going to purchase something, it's your duty as a buyer to research the zoning, to look at those things and understand what it is that you're putting your business there. I don't know if a realtor was involved or, 2-year lease, who said what, she said, he said, but, I hate it too.
I guess my point is, up until, this year, Mr. Drews was always told that he was in compliance. Now, here were some other things that you needed to do, but you were okay under that zoning.
Yeah.
Now we've got that director gone. You had somebody else come in and had a difference of opinion, and obviously I think Larry agrees with that opinion as well. So that's the point that we're working.
I understand that, John. I do. That's a bad deal and a bad rep. Yeah.
Actually,
but under light industrial, when you read it, nowhere does it say, a definition of salvage yards, and it says it doesn't. You can't do it under light industrial. It doesn't include that. So it stinks that he got the bad advice from prior planning director. But as of right now, I'm just looking at following the law, and it's kind of like we're complicating this, and I hate it because somebody's upset. You can't please everyone, but I just, as a member sitting here, I want to follow the law, the comprehensive plan, and I can't in good conscience move forward with favorable. But if you can come up with some other issue with a PUD,
but we have a motion on the table.
Motion with general industrial, and that's,
and the comp plan's not a law. It's just a general idea of how things.
But if it comes back to the BZA under special use, it is part of the law because we have to consider and answer that question, does this meet the comprehensive plan under special use for junkyards? So, I mean, I'm just seeing this getting worse as it goes on.
Those are questions you have to ask, but it's not necessarily a reason you have to vote no.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Could we have a roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Mark Geary,
Yes.
Denise Spooner,
Yes.
Jerry Alexander, Lindsey Brown,
Yes.
Tom Shepard,
No.
John Richwine,
I'm going to vote no, and just because I would prefer to do number 3, basically what Larry had put in, and table that consideration and work on trying to put together something under this PUD that would work for everyone.
John Zimmerman,
No.
Corey Bolander,
Yes.
and Wes Likens.
No. I have no idea what. Failed. Motion failed. So do we want to have a motion going the other way, or do we want to try a PUD? Motion going that direction.
I'd make a motion that we continue, table the request for the rezone. And that we have Larry, how do you think that should work, Larry, as far as putting together some type of group or committee to work and work with the folks that live there, work with Kelly, and try and figure out if there's some way we can coexist here and put this plan together, or is that just going to be, for Kelly to try and put something together on his own?
Well,
I think we ought to try to help if we could.
yeah, I mean, I haven't read this in detail, but a technical review committee is to be established. I don't know of any reason why you couldn't include residents from the neighborhood in the technical review committee, and I think they should be, if they want to participate, and if he wants to even follow through. I mean, the bottom line is, if you go the PUD route, he has to file the application. It has to be processed through the technical review committee. It goes to the drainage, and everybody's going to be taking a look at it. If that doesn't go through, then if we can't come to an agreement, then it wouldn't go forward. But I don't see any reason why the residents couldn't be included. And/or I may be now I'm getting my projects mixed up. But the answer is yes. I think they do.
Could we put a timeline on that he has to commit to it or not? Can we put a timeline on that?
I would need at least a week to look at it and come up with a proposal, or I could just come back with a proposal in 1 month at the next meeting and say, here's how the PUD could work, and you could offer it to him if he wants to go that route, and we could then possibly enlist residents that may want to participate. I don't want to say for sure because I haven't vetted the detail of this, but I could definitely come back in a month with a recommendation of how to go forward and a timeline, or it would show the meetings and everything. So by your next meeting.
Will you send that to me too as well, an email?
Yeah,
All right,
I'll
thank
send it
you.
to everybody.
Thank you.
I'd make a motion, I'll recant everything that I just stated, make a motion that we table this request and that Larry provide us, as soon as he's got it done, via email, a proposal on how we might go about doing this PUD, and that Kelly Drews have the opportunity to discuss that with Larry and see if that's something he's interested in doing, and then we would be able to have further discussion at the next meeting.
Continue this hearing till December 13th.
Yep. Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. We have a roll call.
Yes, sir. Mark Geary,
Yes.
Denise Spooner,
Yes.
Jerry Alexander, Lindsey Brown,
Yeah.
Tom Shepard,
Yes.
John Richwine,
Yes.
John Zimmerman,
Yes.
Corey Bolander,
Yes.
and Wes Likens.
Yes. Thank you. Motion passes. All right, how about a motion to adjourn?
Motion adjourned.